Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Well, let me see who was here first. Yellow Rose Tea. Very nice. Excuse me. And Fancy Fancy, Ruth Lopez, Black Queen, Elaine Parker. I thought you'd be sleeping, but thanks for staying up. I hope you're feeling better. FC, Caroline, Maggie Howell. Wow, already 550 people in here. Um, well, I'm glad to know that. Um, it's just one thing I was looking for. Let me see if I can find it before I really get started. Um, cause oh, well, that's close to it. That's close to it. All right. Usually I don't do this, but let me just go ahead and do this one. Let me go ahead and do this. But that's not really the one that I wanted. But yeah, so Harry and Meghan decided to rock the color black. As a matter of fact, um, unlike the past Invictus games, I guess, let me see. Ooh, ooh, okay. Okay, I want that one. Okay. Yeah, unlike the past Invictus games, and someone even told me yesterday, they said, Baron, she's wearing black because of that's the color of Invictus. I'm like, yeah, it's also the German flag, but yeah, what are the chances of that? Because she's not a full time royal at the time being. Well, she's not a working member, that thing that they came up with um, just because of Meghan. So that being the case, then chances are that is it is for the Invictus Games. And I could not help but how do I put this? I kind of I felt like Harry and Meghan were channeling Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta. Now, of course, not directly, but if you remember the ending of the movie Grease, then you remember Olivia Newton-John came out in those. They were not jeans; they were actually satin pants that had to be sewn on because, well, they had to fit just so. So, and I have been trying. Oh, well, let me see. I have been trying desperately to find just the right angle so I can show you what I mean. But yeah, so that is um, what I was kind of getting from Meghan and Harry was the Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta thing. Let me see here. Okay, this is gonna have to do. I just found a picture. It's not the one I wanted, but I found a picture. So let me use that, and then I will make my case with something else. Matter of fact, since I'm talking about it, I better put this up top so it'll be like one of the first things I talk about, then rather than one of the last things. So let me do that, and then I'll bring the slides up and get with you directly. Okay, so there's that. And also, thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. As I stall, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Oh, you guys are 784 people already? Hold on. Okay. Okay. So, oh, I tell you, my imagination sometimes get the better of me. But okay, okay. maybe you see it, maybe you don't see it. Um, Maybe it's not fair to the Sussexes, but it's what I'm feeling. But of course, that's not the look they were going for. But okay, I found the perfect comparison, and I am just about ready. Oh, that's too small. Hold on a second. I need something bigger. Oh, that came up too small. You're the one that I want. You are the one for ooh, ooh, ooh. The one I need. Oh, yes, indeed. Okay, okay. Maybe this works. Better. Better. Not great, but better. All right. Okay. And with that, we are good. Let me bring up my slides and we are good to go. All right. Google slide. Lydia Washington is here. Thank you again for staying up, some of you all. Um, it's like an embarrassment of riches today for all of those times when there's not so much to talk about, and yet I find something. Today, I think this has to be like, in terms of actual material, this has to be one of the biggest days. Okay, so I see one super chat. Gonna go to that. My slide should be up in a moment. And okay, Helen Cole says Netflix made it hard to view The Heart of Invictus. I had to use the search bar to locate the docu series. It needs to be placed in the open window. Helen Cole, I noticed that. I did notice that I could not find it as easy as I wanted, but when I was trying to look to see how it was doing. But thank you so much for the super chat. And yes, I agree. And that's why I said I'm not necessarily blaming the tabloid media for their anti Harry and Meghan campaign with the Heart of Invictus. I just don't feel like it's being promoted enough. And I don't know if they were hoping to use the Invictus games as the engine to move it along or what. But for some reason, I just don't feel like it's had the proper advertising campaign, like 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 it's being set up to fail. Which, of course, I don't want to believe that, but I just don't think that it has the right exposure. There has been a few segments on the television news, but I don't know if it would ever be enough. They said the writer's strike is inhibiting people from being able to do talk shows and such. So I guess that is the case. I don't know. Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker. Okay, let's get into it, you guys. So this is what I mean. So Meghan has the stiletto and the skinny jean. And Harry, of course, is wearing his black denims, which I don't know that I've ever seen Harry in black jeans before. However, they seem to suit him very well. It seems like, okay, I think that photo on the left has a filter that makes them look blue, but those are black. And look at the new shoes that Meghan brought from California. Did she go to one of those city sports stores? You know how in the certain neighborhoods, I'll just say certain neighborhoods, they have that store, like they call it City Sport or Sport City, and it is made just for the hip hop community. But it looks like Harry is rocking some Air Ones or something. Whatever it is, he is looking too fresh. That's a good thing, by the way. But he is looking quite fresh. Now, see what I mean? I am okay. So Olivia Newton-John is wearing red, what are those, mules or whatever? And of course, well, I don't know. I'm getting that Grease vibe. Uh, We go together like scramble llama llama, shadinga da dingy dong. Remember forever like shibop shawada wada hippity boom da boom. Change about. With that's the way it should be. Oh yeah. Okay. So that's enough of my theory about channeling the what is it? Olivia Newton-John, John Travolta. So I don't know what happened. I don't know how it happened, but a very simple outfit worn by the moment. It's not enough to call her Megan. Hey, Joan Garcia, uh, worn Anastasia. Hey, yes, but it's not just anybody wearing it. Okay, so she didn't do like Mumbles and go and get some big Lola Falana wig or something like that, or I guess look like a wig that you might have found in a Vegas showroom or a showgirl's dressing room. No, she didn't go for that. She went for some loose, wavy hair. And for whatever reason, this outfit crashed the internet. It crashed J. Crew's site. They could not handle the amount of traffic that was going through J. Crew. I mean, Megan put on that outfit and took a hammer to it. And J. Crew, of course, should consider themselves quite blessed. And at the same time, they better get on the phone with the salespeople and tell them, listen, we got to put in some orders stat because it is the end of summer or the beginning of fall, and this outfit is kind of out of season. I mean, it is white after Labor Day. However, it doesn't matter if it is worn by the moment. Can you hear the excitement in my voice? Lorna Williams says maybe Heart of Invictus is being set up for an Oscar nomination, thus limited views now, but more for Oscar voting. Lorna Williams, you have such a head for knowing. Thank you so much. I need to believe that because I was feeling a certain way about it, and it's such a good documentary. And I'm going to just say you're probably right. I'm just going to go with what you said. It makes it as much sense as anything I could ever come up with. So probably better. So thank you so much, and thank you for the super chat. Marv Baker, thank you for the super chat, and thank you for being here on Royal Sussex. Okay, so I made a couple of videos earlier. You may have noticed, which I probably shouldn't have when I look back at it because I probably could have come on sooner. But it's like as I was researching stuff, I was just like, oh, that might be useful. That might be helpful. And I have been a whirlwind. Now, at a certain point, I did go to bed about 8 a.m. this morning and then pop back up again at about 1:30 this afternoon. I couldn't sleep. There was just too much going on. There was too much going on, and I didn't want to miss a thing. I mean, the excitement is palpable, as they say, um, and I'm here for it. Okay, so I'm going to bring down a couple of videos. Okay, not going to watch that one right now. Just wanted to put it in the docket. And oh, that's the one I'm looking for. Meghan crashes the interweb. That's the one I'm looking for. Yes, you're the one that I want. Who, the one I need. Oh, yes, indeed. So, is it playing? Oh, you know what? For some reason, I didn't put sound at the beginning of it, which is cool because it kind of lends to the drama of things. But that was not the intention. So if I had to do it over, I probably would have threw some sound in there. But yeah, so the sound is coming up. But check it out. So this is what I saw before I could go to bed, and I'm just like, oh no way. And see, one of the crucial things about this period of time is that this is when everything is fresh and it is trending. And if you are going to use these sights and sounds, you have to. Oh, and take a look at that. Isn't that sweet? So I'm going to take the sound down. Okay, so there was an award ceremony. These are for the children volunteers. And so Harry and Meghan um, were actually giving the medals out to the kids, which is really cool. So, and that's what the day started with. Was Meghan had on the J. Crew, and I forget the shorts I guess they are J. Crew. I think the whole outfit is J. Crew, except for the shoes. Um, but really, really lovely sights. And I hope you guys are prepared because I got to show you what the headlines have been like today. I got to show you. I mean, it's just now, as I say that, listen to my voice carefully. I am not encouraging anyone to go to the tabloid media, but for the sake of conversation, I'm going to show it to you. But look at Harry. These are the moments that Harry wanted his entire life. Now, of course, he thought, and of course, everyone else thought, as he finds a suitable wife, it will be someone who definitely has a bit of the, shall we say, the heart, the spirit, the type of generosity of his mother, right? She would definitely have to be somewhat like his mom. And that's exactly what he found. And so, that being the case, he thought that he was going to be part of the royal family and that he and Willie and Kate and whoever the suitable wife was, that they would be able to be like a team, that they would go out and they would go on to the world and they would do all this stuff and it would be like a big adventure. It would be like they're in the military or something. Harry likes that kind of structure, and that's a good thing. And unfortunately, Willie didn't see things that way. Willie did not want to share this type of life with Harry and whoever Harry selected as a wife. And therein lies the problem. So, you guys, is this where it happens? I'm trying to see. Is this where it happens? No. Okay. That happens later on. I will share that with you soon. But where Meghan runs up to the young fans. Now, I did put a video out for that. So some of you all may have seen it already. Now, you got to love this guy. You got to love this guy. Let me give him some music just in case you did not see him. I turned the sound down, but let me give him some music because he is a riot. Oh, by the way, Joan Lawman, thank you for being a member. And thank you so much for the super sticker. Greatly appreciated. I love him. Did you guys see it? If you looked away, you may have missed it. Let me do it again. But I love this guy. He is a riot. Let me see. it's kind of hard to control the exact place, but one more time. He just got a little sassy there at the end, didn't he? Oh my goodness. You guys, yes, he busted a little move, didn't he? He busted a little move. And then, of course, the little grin at the end of it was priceless. Hey, Susie Q. But yeah, the video got a little glitchy there, so it didn't look as good the second time around. But just remember, I did post the video earlier, and you'll be able to see it there at any time. So I just opened up another screen so I can see everything that you guys are seeing. That would be helpful. Okay. All right. All right. So, and I just closed some things down because I tell you, my computer is hot as a firecracker right now. Oh, and then of course there's this. I have been like really observing Harry's face, and only because I'm happy and I'm proud for him, and I'm so glad that all of these things have come together to give him the type of experience or experiences that he had wanted ever since he was a child, to because he loves kids. He wanted to have a family, he wanted to have a wife, and he wanted to, of course, he wanted to do good in this world. He wanted to um, continue the mission that his mother was on so many years ago, and that's using this platform, which some people might think it was a gift, but whatever. But using the platform that he was born into to do some great things, and that's exactly what is happening right now. And then there's this Meghan with the backdrop of Team USA, which Meghan was actually cheering like crazy for Team USA. Now, unfortunately, I missed a whole lot of stuff, so we will definitely have to continue with today, tomorrow, because as I was busy editing, I didn't really get a chance to see everything in the proper context. So, or chronological order for that matter. So I'm just doing my best to try to piece things together. But she did change into the black outfit later, or it could have just been a matter of, well, let me see. I don't know if she had that top on earlier, but she did change into the jeans and stilettos. Now, trigger warning, these headlines are coming from Lord Nappyhead's paper. Once again, I'm not encouraging anyone to give them clicks, but I am taken back by the Daily Fail's effort to put on a human face. Lord Nappyhead's paper, the one which Meghan won a lawsuit against, that Lord Nappyhead. So um, I'm shocked. I am shocked. I'm shocked. I'm just shocked because they tried to hold this resting you know what face for the longest when it came to the Sussexes and the Invictus game. There was absolutely no fair coverage whatsoever. And I'm not even saying that this is all fair, but this is how the day started. Meghan's warm welcome, which in German is, what is it, Willkommen? 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 Okay, Meghan's warm welcome, right? Where are those faces of Meghan, the 3 or 4 pictures where she's frowning or it looks like they have been photoshopped or altered in some way. They are serving up legs, smiles, cheers, and everything else. But wait, you would think that that was as far as that was going to go, right? Uh-uh. The Meghan show. Now, this one is a bit condescending. As you can see, they couldn't let that other one stay too long. So they call it the Meghan show. Well, you know what? So it was. But again, they're not saying that to be polite. They're saying that to be condescending and a bit snarky, or as they like to say in the UK, with a bit of cheek. They're being a bit cheeky about it. And okay, whatever. Again, at this point, it's still not really a compliment as much as you hear that. Can you hear that? I think I hear cash registers going off. This was the big money grab. They decided, well, since we can't beat them with negativity, let's do a little slight amount of cheek. And then, of course, we are going to cash in big time by seeming to be human for a day. All right. And then they still were not done. A right royal rivalry. So, because of the Team USA and seeing Meghan cheering, oh, there goes that look with the stilettos. Now that's the photo I was looking for. I knew I had seen it somewhere. That's the one that I was looking for. But yes, a right royal rivalry. So, of course, assuming that Harry is for Team UK or whatever, and Meghan would be Team USA, whatever. So, again, I didn't see it. I am going to have to go back because I want to see that on the, what do you call it? On their channel. Now, there is a channel, or you can go to the CBC, I think it is. I put a link for both of those in the community tab so you can watch it yourself. You are able to watch it yourself. I'm pretty sure that it will be there. But this must have been a very big game. Like I said, I missed so much because I have been editing since I woke up. And before I went to bed. So it's been a busy 24 hours. And okay, and it doesn't end with the big headlines. Raise your hands in the air. Beaming Harry and Meghan bring the party to Invictus Games as Duke and Duchess hug sports stars and pose for selfies with fans in Düsseldorf Arena. Uh, then, and I mean, they must, I don't know what the count is, but I'm guessing they must have at least 20 or more articles or more, or probably 50 today, articles about the Sussexes. Uh, Meghan, very glitzy Invictus, what is that? Athleisure. Athleisure. Um, is that a word? Duchess dons 2,000 pound. Oh, there we go. There we go. A little negativity. 2,000 pound Luna Sky studs with a 620 pound Hermes trainer. Those are those sneakers or gym shoes. Uh, as she attends the first afternoon of events at the Invictus Games. Meghan steps out in a sporty chic style at the Invictus Game, etc., etc. And then, of course, it continues with Meghan nod to Diana. You know, I thought she just nodded to the Queen because she had a Hermes scarf. Did you guys see that one? Now she's nodding to Diana's monochrome Invictus Game outfit echoes Princess Chic 1995 VJ Day parade suit. Really? How did they? What? 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 How, do you see something I don't? Lucy Highland, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for being here tonight and watching Royal Sussex. And Oh, thank you, B10. So you see, guys, B10. Remember, the link is in the community tab. She was watching the CBC all day. And Lottie, thank you for the super sticker. And thank you again for watching Royal Sussex. So I know exactly which outfit they're talking about with Princess Diana. You can see it there. It's got like a black bead trim to it, like a little straight. Anyway, I guess I don't know. I guess bead is the right word for it. But so that sporty outfit that you would wear to a barbecue is supposed to resemble the suit. I mean, I get what they're talking about, but not really. I mean, I get it. I get it. But anything just to add more story for more clicks. You got what I'm saying? You get me? And then, of course, Harry and Meghan hold hands and exchange loving glances. I thought they were supposed to be splitting up. Loving glances as they pack on PDA and get into the Invictus spirit. You almost wouldn't know. You almost wouldn't know. And I'll let you fill in the blank. But you almost wouldn't know that the Daily Mail, okay, fill in the blank. Okay, return of the bun. Now, didn't they just go on and on about Kate with that big ridiculous wig she's wearing? Didn't they just go on and on about this hair? Didn't they make a big deal about this hair? And you mean to tell me Meghan putting her hair in the bun is going to crash the internet? Really? Oh, and thanks again, Lottie. I was just thinking to myself earlier, I'm like, are they okay? Is there like some type of fuel leak in the offices of the Daily Mail? Should they evacuate? Are they in danger? Should we get like what is it? The emergency services over there to do a well-being check? Because surely this couldn't be coming from that nasty, vicious, volatile, poor excuse for wrapping of dead fish Daily Mail, something you could line the cupboards or better yet, something that you could use as stuffing for an old mattress. You mean to tell me that Daily Mail has all of this to say? Designer Duchess Meghan Markle put. Oh, I feel some cheek coming on. Meghan Markle puts on a very leggy display in shorts as she dons Chanel and Givenchy for the Invictus game. Okay, I'll tell you what they're talking about. The shoe. As you can see, it continues down there. Meghan Markle's Chanel style for a fraction of the price as at Amazon with these 20. They're even marketing sales links. You know what they're doing, right? You as a content creator, so if you have a YouTube channel, anything that you link on your account, you can make money. So the Daily Mail is not missing a flipping angle. They're even marketing. Do you know how much money they're making today? Do you know how much money they're making? I mean, this is going to cover the Christmas bonuses. Harry and Meghan hold hands. Oh, I did that one already. So, and wait, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. And this cannot be all of it. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And again, thank you so much for watching. And you remember too, thank you very much for that. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are acting like a celebrity power couple at Invictus game. They are a power couple. What do you mean acting like? They are a power couple. They're the most influential couple on the planet. What are you talking about acting like a power couple? They are. While the Duchess flirty. Oh, here comes the nastiness. The Duchess flirty poses Looks like they belong on the red carpet, body language expert says. Oh my God. It couldn't last too long, could it? But they didn't got the body, y'all, they didn't got the body language expert. Bring on the body language expert, right? Go get the lip reader. And of course, one of the most vicious, it started taking a downward spiral. It did. Not completely. Not completely. Okay, so take a look on the right. King and Queen of Selfie, Beam and Meghan dashes to take a snap with fans chanting, Sussex Squad is here, before she and Harry pose with Invictus game athletes. So I'm going to show you that. Now, I did it as a separate video. This one, you won't hear them yelling Sussex Squad. I just have the music because I was, well, actually, I don't think I have it on the other one either because it had the music in the background and you know how the copyrights are. So could not allow that to happen. So as it is, I'm on shaky ground, but I'll manage. I always do. Okay, I'm going to kill that sound while I search this video. Okay, so here you go. Oh, I went past it, didn't I? Did I go past it or no? Oh, you know what? Forget this. Oh, okay. Go back a little bit. So Meghan was about to leave. Meghan and Harry were about to leave, and then Meghan runs back over to this group of young people. Now, I must admit, I thought this was a bunch of aunties when I heard Sussex Squad. Right? But you'll see very soon that it's a group of younger people. I thought this was a bunch of aunties. And look at how tiny Meghan is. That's what a lot of people were saying is how tiny she is. Okay, so with all the excitement, they were whipping. There they go. Let me pause that. So I thought this was a bunch of aunties. It was not. Look at those kids. They're children. I thought these was a bunch of old aunties. I was so surprised because the earlier part of the day you could not see their faces, and you know, and I heard someone saying Sussex Squad over here. Now that doesn't look like I'm going to tell you the average age of the Sussex Squad is about 60, 65. That doesn't look like squatties. I mean, I know there are some younger ones, but huh? So, okay. And I could have sworn that I heard just a whisper of a Caribbean accent when I heard Meghan, this is the Sussex Squad over here, but I don't know. Recollections may vary. Okay. Ava Langren, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Wednesday or Thursday to you. Gosh, I'm so confused. What day is it? Yeah, obviously, there's a whole new generation of squatties. Okay, so that is what they were referring to there. And then, of course, the new team Sussex delighted Meghan and Harry pose for a photo with Nigerian Invictus athletes who she will be supporting during the game after discovering her heritage following genealogy tests. Okay. I don't recall Meghan said that she took a genealogy test, but okay, that's what they said. I mean, she could have found out because someone else in the family took the test, but it's not to say that she actually took the test herself. But as you know, if your sibling or your parent or something like that takes the test, but okay, I'm just saying it's not to say that she actually did one herself, but she found out however she found out. I don't believe she ever specified. And of course, right there, Harry, hooray, fans celebrate the prince in Düsseldorf. So again, all of this came from the fail. But before we rest on our laurels, which I don't even know what laurels are, and of course, now that I'm, of a certain age, I'm not even sure I could still reach it if I knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm getting to that age where I'm not as flexible as I used to be. So not only I don't know what laurels are, and I don't know that I'm capable of resting on my laurels. At this age, I'm not even sure I can still reach it. Raise your hands if you can reach your laurels. But I'm not even sure I could reach my laurels, especially since I don't know what they are. Anyway, after that very bizarre comment, let me continue. Oh man. Okay, let me stop. Too much excitement, right? Right. Okay. So where was I? Oh, I know. I was resting on my laurels. Okay. Let me get back into character. Let me put my game face back on. Now, as I was saying, let's not get too excited by these polite and yet somewhat cheeky headlines because, oh God, there he goes. Andrew Pierce. Andrew, I have not had cheek implant Pierce. Andrew, I didn't used to do drag shows back in the day, Pierce, which there's no evidence that he ever did. Meghan Markle is making it all about her. Andrew Pierce on Prince Harry's Invictus game. They brought this old queen out just for the occasion. They had to dust her off and sit her up and put one of them cheap suits on her and get her in front of a camera. I'm telling you, this old queen gives me gas. But she had to get in front of the camera and start talking her yang yang. Meghan is making it all. I did not read the article. Matter of fact, I didn't read any of these articles. I did not watch the video. I don't care what she had to say. I hope she's doing better with show business than she's doing as a journalist. That's all I'll say. All about her. It's all about her. I mean, that is just such a cheap shot. And the truth is, Andrew Pierce, it is about her. Meghan is the moment. Meghan is keeping you in those tacky, threadbare, crumpled suits that you wear all over town. That's what Meghan is doing for you. Meghan is the moment. Girl, bye. So, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle step out with Superman, former Marine Invictus Games silver medalist Ormrod, who lost 3 limbs in Afghanistan. I didn't look at the article. I'll take their word for it. And then Meghan Markle is writing. Oh, wait! Look at that one. Wait! Look. Meghan Markle is writing her memoirs and will publish them in money spinning tell all. Money spinning. I've never heard that before. Money spinning tell all book like Harry's Spare royal author claims. Wait, that other queen, Tom Bower. I'm telling you, they got too many of these old queens working down at these tabloids. Don't anybody do shows anymore? Ugh. See, I knew when burlesque went out of fashion that people like that would end up working at tabloids. Now let's get to the fashions. Forget Barbie fashion dilemma of high heels or Birkenstocks. There is a middle ground style. Them with blue jeans. Okay, there's the middle ground. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Style them with blue jeans and a fresh white T-shirt. So that is the shoe right there. uh, Oh, yeah, I know. I know. It's we have to warm up before we could start our day. A good warm shower, a cup of tea, a coffee or something like that. You got to warm up them joints to start your day when you get to a certain age. But yeah, so that is the shoe that Megan was wearing. And if you notice, the toe of the shoe is blacked out. Now, that is a clever design that became famous from Coco Chanel for ladies who did not want to wear a high heel in order to keep your foot from looking so long and to keep more of a dainty look. Having a blacked out toe was a perfect illusion so that it would seem like your feet are not as as large as they are. So that is what Megan was wearing today. It as you can see there, I think that's a knockoff that you can buy from Momala Slingback Flat at Amazon for £20. That is what they were hawking on the fail. But there are the more expensive brands. So as you can see there, not exactly the same shoe that Megan is wearing because Megan's has the little cutouts on the side. You see there? There's nothing on either side of your foot there except for that strap in the back. But here, as you can see, Megan's shoe has more detail. I'm not sure exactly who made that shoe, but Megan's shoe has a little more detail to it. So, J. Crew will be right back and better than ever. That is from the crash of the J. Crew website. All because Megan stepped out in that outfit today and almost threw the internet into the sea. Yeah, look at there. Poor J. Crew. And all of this started yesterday when Megan stepped out in this Banana Republic dress, a shirt dress. Megan loves her shirt dresses. And as you can see, it seems very light yet elegant and a very modest just below the knee length, right? Perfect. And let's see, Banana Republic Factory pleated Medi shirt dress, extra 15% off at checkout. So it was actually on sale. And I guess it still is on sale if you can find it. If you can find it. But from what I'm hearing, everybody is out of it. Look at there. They also have it in white. If you want to be a little more daring, you can undo some of those buttons at the bottom and show a little more leg. Yeah, Meghan Markle wore a thing currently under $100 Banana Republic shirt dress edition. Meghan Markle's casual and classy dress still in stock for now. Right. And then, of course, it was out of stock. This was a article in a magazine called Fashionista. So if I did that screenshot a couple of hours ago, that was very early this morning, I suppose, that they printed that article saying still in stock. Well, from what I hear, it is going, gone. And right here, even CNN Brazil, a Brazilian squatty posted that Meghan Markle's USA blazer invento a something de marca trava por busca giganta por pesa, right? Well, anyway, I guess what they're trying to say is it's nice, they ain't got no more. Just like they've been saying all day. Nice, but they ain't got no more. And then check it out. It is a story making the rounds about uh let me see. What do we know about Kate's wig? Sold out or not? Well, do you want human hair or synthetic? If you want synthetic, I'm rather sure that is easy to find it. Yeah, long as you don't have your heart set on human hair, it shouldn't be too difficult. So right there, people loved the look so much that J. Crew's website crashed, but is back up and running, and the blazer is still available now. Okay, now that was 23 minutes ago. Okay, so I would imagine that before I went on, it must come back up. Uh, okay, so I guess they were down for like what, a matter of hours or a day. And then check it out. Our buddy over there, whose name is Buddy, seems to have made friends, fast friends, with the Duchess of Sussex, who decided to discard those stilettos and put on those very high end trainers or sneakers or whatever. So I can't remember. I think they're, let me see, what brand is that? I don't know. I cannot see that. But, oh, you know what? Let me go over here. I can check it out. I'll tell you what they are. I will tell you what they are. Give me just a second. Hmm. Oh, yeah, they're Hermes. They're from Hermes, the same company that makes those beautiful scarves. Oh, and I think they cost 790 US dollars. $790. Only the best for our Duchess. So there you go. It's not a missing necklace from the royal collection, but it's not cheap either. Wow. Now, I just want to meet the squatty who's going to go out and get those. Okay, pardon me there. And what else do we have here? Meghan styled cream shorts. Oh, I guess that's the brand, styled. Meghan paired her J. Crew sweater with an off-white short by Styled, a female-founded clothing brand based in Los Angeles. Oh, did they sell out? Joyce Anderson says they sold out of those shoes. Excuse me. Let me see. Prince Harry, Duke of Sussex, Meghan Markle, Duchess of Sussex. Okay, yeah, it's just saying what event they're at. Okay, let me continue. Now, Meghan wore a J. Crew cashmere shell sweater today. So that's what she had on with the black jeans. She had on the cashmere sweater. Yeah. I know, aren't they cute? Oh, wait, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Aren't they cute? There we go. Okay, so once again, the skinny jean, the cashmere sweater, and I've heard no mention about the stilettos. Now, this is very sweet, you guys. This is very, very sweet. I have a video for this. Let me go ahead and grab the video, and I will share that with you directly. Such fun today. Um, nope, that's not it. That's it. There we go.
Please welcome
Now,
Archetypes.
as you can see, the little girl goes in for a hug, but it was only because the adult with the red top and waving the flag there, she got her hug first, and then the little girl. So um, I think it's very funny and sweet the way that people are kind of like cautious about approaching the Sussexes. And then all of a sudden, once one person breaks that barrier down, or what a barrier they assume exists, then the next person goes in, just like the other day when Harry found himself, excuse me, with all the kids. So all it takes is one, as they say. All right, so that was a very sweet moment. And that is the grainy, fuzzy video that has been making around. Oh, Aquazira Stiletto. Thank you so much, LDSW. Thank you. You guys hear that? Aquazara. Aquazera. Thank you very much. Yes, only the best for our Nigerian Amira Ngozi Lolo. That is the Nigerian name that has been proclaimed for our Duchess. And thank you so much for that, Sash. Um, that also took place today, where Meghan was officially given her Nigerian name. So thank you very much. Oh, how sweet. How sweet. She went over to give Auntie Megan a big hug. And there you can see the lady with the red top on the right side there. Excuse me. So that was a very sweet moment. And people said that it reminded them about this moment some time ago when our Duchess met the young lady who admired her so much, the little sweet girl there with the white sweater on. I remember that. I forgot where they were. Were they in Africa then or no? Were they oh were they out of the country? I don't recall. Well, maybe not. I don't think so. No, they were not out the country. I think they were in the UK. I just don't remember what the occasion was. Was it South Africa? Oh, okay. Because I think Archie was born already, and I remember the black jumpsuit. The black jumpsuit, Megan had already given birth at that time, so, huh? Or did she? Oh, maybe then. Okay, okay. And this is the other big hug of the day. This guy right here, as someone said, this Team USA player, and I do apologize, I don't have his name or the story, but he is so full of emotion. And, there he is having that moment with Harry, which is, to Harry's credit, has made himself so available to so many people for this week of Invictus. Which, by the way, Harry's birthday is on the 15th, the day before the closing ceremony. Harry's birthday is on the 15th. So, yeah, that was I got to see the actual video for this because I have not seen it. So, I'm going to be up all night, you all. I'm going to be up all night. So, warning, you may get a couple of more videos tonight. And then Harry received a very, very personal gift. He will have the flags of the civilized world wrapped around his bum. Um, It wouldn't be an Invictus game if the Aussies didn't gift our patron, the Duke of Sussex, a lovely piece of swimwear. Yes, the Aussies tend to do that. Um, so yeah. Well, I mean, he could have just tried them on over his clothes now, but uh, that would be awkward, right? Let's see. Helen Cole said, yes, it was South Africa, and Archie was born, met Bishop Tutu. Okay. All right. I thought that the black jumpsuit was during a pregnancy, but maybe that was the baby weight that she was trying to lose. Okay. Thank you so much, Helen Cole, and thank you so much for the super sticker. Oh, wait, I wasn't done yet. I was not done yet. I went back too far. Okay. Meghan reveals family holiday plans. I don't know what that means. Speaking to Hello, Derek Kobina, who helped coordinate the Team Nigeria in this year's program, and he revealed that Meghan is hoping for a family trip. Oh, that's what they're talking about, a family trip to Nigeria. She said she couldn't wait to visit Nigeria for her mom and the kids, rather. He revealed Derek, which they spelled it wrong, also confirmed that Meghan was left deeply touched by the nickname that the Nigerian team bestowed upon her, which we shared earlier. Given the reasoning behind their team chant for the Duchess, which is in the post below. He said they were welcoming Meghan into the Nigerian family. She's always welcome to visit Nigeria and other African countries. He sweetly commented. So let me see if I can find the chant. Was it just, let me see here. Okay, let me see if I can find that. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Helen. I think it's just after this. Did I skip it? Okay, I thought it was right there. Let me see. By the way, there's 1,933 people. Please make sure that you subscribe and hit that like button. Okay, this is taking way too long. Where is it? Did I pass it up? I think I passed it up. But I know it is on this video. Oh, yes, I think it comes. Okay, so there's the group back there with the flag. There we go. Now let me make sure I didn't pass up. Okay, here we go. Okay, one more time. One more time.
Focus! Aha! 3 votes for Meghan! Bossa! 3 votes for Harry! Bossa!
Okay. All right. I don't know what that is coming up here. I think that may be just a little miscellaneous. Yeah, just a little miscellaneous stuff. That was pretty much the end of that video. So very, very cool. Now let's get back over here. Hey, VS Speaks Royally. Funny, were there any Daily Mail headlines about that moment? For the let me see. For the which one? I'm sorry. For Team Nigeria. There was actually there was a headline for that one, if that's what you're referring to. Yes, there absolutely was. Let me see here. Not there. Wrong direction. Oh yeah, wrong direction. I'll show you. On the right side, upper right. The new team, Sussex, delighted. The new team, Sussex, delighted Meghan and Harry pose for a photo with Nigerian Invictus athletes who she will be supporting during the games after discovering her heritage following genealogy tests. And I believe that is the very same location. It almost looks as though Meghan may have actually signed the flag. I think she may have signed the flag. And if we go here, there you go. You can see on the right side, it looks like she's holding the pen and she is signing the flag. Also, there was a box. They gave her a box, and I don't know what was inside the box, but they gave her a box. This one right here. I don't know what's inside of it. I cannot tell, but looks like they spent more than just a couple of minutes chatting with them. And on the right side, if you all remember from yesterday, that is Glory Ezian. Glory Ezian. Let me find that from yesterday. I have a couple of photos of the two of them. Is this it? Yeah, there we go. So that was Meghan met her. I don't know if they met for the first time, but she referred to her as my Nigerian sister, I think was the quote. And yeah, so there you can see from yesterday. And back to today, prompting the Duchess to exclaim, "You're my Nigerian sister," as she squealed with delight and embraced glory. So there you go. All right. Let me get back over here. There we go. And so you can see the kids that received their medals earlier. Harry and Meghan, I think that's about where we started earlier. They had a presentation of medals to the kids. And there's Meghan with Buddy. Oh, and there's a presentation. And this young lady, I'm embarrassed. I don't know what her name is, but the Sussexes were chatting with her, and at a certain point, she got up to embrace them. As you can see, they were being very considerate by stooping lower so that she wouldn't have to crane her neck to talk to them. Very polite to do if you're able to do it, and then she got out of the chair so that she can give them a warm embrace and take a photo. So very sweet. Memories to last a lifetime today. And there's our guy right there. There's the guy that was kind of grooving in the video earlier. The one that was getting a bit, what do you call it, saucy. I'm sorry, not saucy, but sassy. Yeah, that's the guy that was getting a bit sassy doing his video. And okay, so I have a soundbite that I want to play for you guys. This is very, very touching. If this doesn't motivate you to at least start walking a couple of miles every day, I don't know what is the best motivation, but all I can say is I have no more excuses for not, exercising more or exercising. I have plumb run out of excuses. But give me a minute. I'll come up with something. I always do. So let me play that soundbite for you. What an exciting day. As Royal Suitor said not so long ago, we are being very well fed this week. And so we shouldn't have anything to complain about. Wow, I got so much that I have. I'm going to have another video probably tomorrow, or I may save it for the end of the Invictus, but I got so much stuff to share. Now, I just lost track. I can't remember what I was looking for. Oh, what I got on the screen, right? Okay, give me a second. Oh, Lord. I got so much stuff saved, I don't know if I can find it. Oh, man. Don't panic. I know exactly where to find it. But it's in my stack of homework that I have to do. So give me a second. And thank you all for being so patient. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to have to go to an account where I saw it before. Oh boy, and if they don't have it, and I know I should have it because I saved it. When I do those screenshots like that, that means I'm going to talk about it later. Oh, found it. I can't believe it.
Absolutely remarkable. I mean, what do you remember the doctor saying to you? I want to start with you. I mean, your story is absolutely remarkable. I mean, what do you remember the doctor saying to you and your family as they, stood around your bedside there at the hospital? And where did you get the will to fight?
Well, ma'am, I actually don't recall much of what happened. The thing that I remember, is that my mother remembers. My mom had to go through all the stages with me in my recovery. And at first, I didn't know anything. But as I recovered, and as it took years for me to get back to my senses and to get my memory back.
It's incredible. You had to learn how to walk again, talk again. What gave you hope within that process, Christian?
Yes, ma'am. It's truly remarkable. It's a lot of prayer and a lot of my mother's will for me to live, and it's truly amazing, ma'am.
Homes are all about making recovery more comfortable and keeping families together, taking away the burden of cost. How have you seen the Invictus Games help athletes like Christian, both physically and mentally?
Well, Kira, for me, Fisher House gets involved very early on in the process, as you know. We're there when the families first get the phone call and their lives have been turned upside down. And, for us to be part of what is now a celebration, celebrating Christian's recovery and how far Christian has come, but also the role that Christian's mother and Christian's family have played in his recovery. And I think that's what's so important about the Invictus games and the Warrior games and the family programs is that, what we want to do is we want to pay tribute to the families who also serve this nation, who bear burdens and make sacrifices that the average American will never understand. And when something like this happens to a fellow like Christian, what their families have to do in order to aid his recovery is nothing short of miraculous. So we're just happy to play the small role that we do.
And Christian, we can't wait to root you on. What sports will you be competing in this year? And do you have a favorite?
So I'll be competing in track, rowing, swimming, and cycling. I just competed in track yesterday and today. I got a silver medal, man. And tomorrow we'll be rowing. But my favorite sport is swimming by far. Just because in my recovery, when they put me in the pool, my mom asked the doctor, will he be able to swim? Because I suffered damage in my lungs. But that's just like, I don't know, we're gonna have to try and put him in. And I began to swim immediately. Everybody was in shock, It's truly amazing, man.
But he's being very modest because in swimming, he's doing 4 different events. So in addition to all the other competition, he's also doing 4 swimming events.
I want to start with you. I mean, your story.
Wow. All I can say is wow. That is remarkable where he come from and where he is today. That is remarkable. And that he just persevered to get to the point where he's competing in 4 different swim events at the Invictus Games. That is incredible. It just, I don't have anything to add to that. You might recognize Ken Fisher, the gentleman seated next to him. That, of course, is the CEO or executive director, et cetera, of the Fisher House. I mentioned yesterday that Fisher House takes donated airline miles and they use them to help the families to travel to the various Fisher houses and such. So I believe there's 90 Fisher houses in the U.S. And Meghan actually visited one in Los Angeles not long ago. She mentioned last night. So just something to think about. Prince William is reportedly avoiding U.S. press interviews because he refuses to answer these inevitable questions. And of course, I threw the photo of Kate, who inevitably answered a question from Andrea Mitchell. And I tell you, when that happened, all hell broke loose. They hurried up and shut down the whole conference. They were sitting at a conference table and they were supposed to talk about, the early years and such. And as soon as Andrea Mitchell said, have you met the baby, your niece? Everything shut down. I mean, they pulled the plug. They were rolling the cables up, turning down the lights, breaking down the tables and chairs. It's a good thing that they let Jill Biden get out of her chair before they took it from her, because they hurried up and shut that down. And Jill Biden said, well, I thought we were going to, and it's hard to find the video. They took the video off the interweb. They don't want anybody to ever see that video again. As far as they're concerned, it doesn't exist. It never happened. It's as though it was a ghost in my dreams. And, but of course,
But the question for Kate came from a White House reporter, and it was about family.
Your Royal Highness, do you have any wishes for your new niece, Lilibet?
Oh, I wish her all the very best. I can't wait to meet her because we haven't yet met her yet. So hopefully that will be soon.
some of life's guiltiest pleasures. Oh, how many times have I watched this? Oh, oh. Well, okay, I've watched it quite a few times. When they asked Kate about seeing the new baby, number one, Kate is looking bad. Oh my God, she's looking bad. I don't know if she's not sleeping, I don't know what's going on with her. I'm genuinely worried about Kate Middleton. I'm so worried about her. She's at the G8 summit, and outside of that controlled environment that she's accustomed to, she's not doing so well. She looks very, well, she looks Kate. I don't know if that's, anyway, what I'm talking about, what I'm tiptoeing my way into is the video at the G7 summit in Cornwall. Gosh, where do I know that name? Cornwall. God, oh, the Duchess of Cornwall, Camilla Barker Bowles. Yeah, that Cornwall. Anyway, so back to Kate. When they asked her about the baby, I thought she was going to fall back in the chair. I thought she was going to do like a stunt double, like tumble back, just to avoid answering the question. She looked around the room. You could tell this poor girl is so uncomfortable. This job does not suit her. If only they had a duchess in that family that was accustomed to speaking to people on the world stage, people who have spoken to, like, I don't know, the UN Secretary General, or someone who's perhaps gone on a mission to entertain the troops with the, I guess the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff or Secretary of Defense. If there was only some duchess who had that kind of experience, someone who doesn't like lock up and freeze and panic when people ask her something like, Your Royal Highness, do you know what time it is? You know, that kind of thing. Your Royal Highness, are we expecting rain tomorrow? Oh. That was so hard to watch. I mean, but what am I saying that was hard to watch? I just had my life, you know, that just gave me my life. Seeing that poor dear panic like that, I will admit with all sincerity, I just had like one of my best moments of 2021. Yeah, I guess I gotta go because I gotta go watch it again, don't I? Oh. What's bad about that? Okay, so that is what happened. And yes, Legs, duly noted. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Kind of sneaks up on you, right? Oh, oh, oh. What was that? Oh. Have you met your niece? Oh. Oh. Okay. So this is Waleed, and remember I was talking about him yesterday about how he won 4 medals, enough for each of his children. Well, I did find a photo. Actually, I had to do a screenshot to share it with you. But this is the man who had that meeting with Prince Harry. Well, Harry came and shook his hand, and he asked him, "Who are you?" And he said, "Prince Harry." He's like, "Oh, oh." And of course, this is the proposal. I wanted to make sure you had a bigger image to see, because the photos I used yesterday, you couldn't really see the detail of, well, it's kind of smaller there. So I wanted to share that with you. And oh, let's see. Helen Cole says Clueless Kate can only function is if the toy key in her oh like a wind-up toy. The true Stepford wife only work in a staged events. Exactly. Off the cuff, she's not so good. I don't know how that happened. Why in the world would they sit her at the table with Dr. Jill Biden to talk about kids? Weird. Thank you so much for the super chat. And let's see here. Judy Mustafid says, I love how you throw shade so innocently, right? So innocently, yet persistently. And thank you for the super chat. And also, thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. So, when Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, wants to stop and chat, retired Army Corporal, is that right? Corporal Corinne Hamilton of Team USA with her aunt and best friend are all smiles at Invictus Game 2023. And again, that's what makes this so special, is that when these veterans can share this experience with their families of being at the Invictus Games, of seeing someone who may have lost a limb or suffered a horrendous injury or may have suffered from PTSD or suffering from it, that the family can be a part of these moments, I think is the best medicine in the world. Harry was onto something. I'm just so impressed that 10 years ago, Harry was on an aircraft on his way back to the UK, and a curtain blew open, and he saw these torn and battered, but yet breathing soldiers, and knew something had to be done. The last time a prince of the realm looked at a bad situation and said something must be done, well, they accused him of being a collaborator with the people in that country. And of course, that prince became king. And when he became king, they ran him out of the country. And that's because he married the woman that he loved, Wallace Simpson. But famously, that is what happened with him, is that he said something must be done. And everybody thinks that because he was accused of being a collaborator or a sympathizer, whatever you call it, or because he married a twice divorcee American woman, everybody seems to think that that was the worst of it. But the truth is, they had it in for him for a long time. He went to a coal mine or mining town or something like that, and the local council official or local big shot tried to put, what's his name, Edward, tried to put him in a Rolls Royce to go and meet these common everyday laborers. And he refused. He said, I can't get in that car. And they were like, but Your Highness, this car says, and this is he said, I can't get in that car. They were trying to put him in this car to go and meet these laborers, and he refused. And he remarked, and the press that covered it said, that he looked around with despair and he said, something must be done. And again, being a member of the royal family, they don't want the royals to acknowledge poverty, not directly. They don't want the royals to acknowledge wounded soldiers and such. They don't want that type of acknowledgement. They will give it a little, wink and a nod every now and again. But for the most part, they don't want you to get into the problem solving. And so Meghan going to the Grenfell kitchen or Hub Kitchen and helping them write a cookbook so that they could sustain the kitchen, that was bad news for the royal family. That was bad news for the government. The government does not want the royal family to solve people's problems. They don't want that intervention from the royals. And so this really goes against, the royals are good at bringing awareness, but they're not good at fixing the problems. And just like with Kate's early years is to bring awareness. It's not going to solve problems for anybody. It's only for awareness. Kate is not going to raise money. Kate is not going to go to a particular charity and really get involved. She'll sit at the table and the kids have their coloring books, and then she reaches into her clutch and pull out her coloring book, and they all have a gay old time. But they're not really there to fix anything. And that's the difference. Harry is a problem solver. Harry saw that there was a wrong and he decided to right it. He saw that there was a problem and he wanted to fix it. And that's how the Invictus game started. But the rest of the royals, that's not really their mantra. Oh, that was a big word. I'm going to give myself a bell for that. And you know what? I don't even know what it means, but I'm going to give myself a bell for that. It just seemed like that was the right place to use it. Oh, man, I'm getting down tonight, ain't I? I must be in a really good mood. I am in a good mood. Everything is so perfect in the world of Sussexes. So I'm happy. Let's see. Kim Peaches says Queen Elizabeth II took a book from her king uncle when she went to a page out of his book, right? When she went to the town that lost the school children in the mudslide that had fallen into the. Oh, I remember that story. I remember the funeral of the. Yeah, but according to The Crown, which of course is fiction, they said the Queen didn't even want to go. So who knows who's wrong or who's right? But I think that the government probably did not want the Queen to get involved with the politics of it. And that is a problem for the royal family. They're supposed to be above politics, but they're not really above politics. They are really for the rich landed gentry and anybody else with a couple of pounds to spare. So, okay. And this guy right here, do I have the soundbite for that one? Richard Potter. You know what? Here we go again, you guys. Here we go again. Again. Now I have buried that soundbite so deep that I'd be impressed. Oh, you know what? You won't believe it. It's right there. I'm not kidding you. It's right there. When I opened up my phone, it was right there.
This is for her, you know.
Okay.
I'm only here because of my wife. My wife was told that I had passed away when I was 27, when she was 27, and this is for her, you know. The games are for her, they're for Theo. That's why I'm here.
One more time. I'm
only here because of my wife. my wife was told that I had passed away when I was 27, when she was 27, and this is for her. You know, the games are for her, they're for Theo. That's why I'm here.
Doesn't that just break your heart? Doesn't that just break your heart?
I'm only here because of my wife. My wife was told that I had passed away.
Could you imagine that? He's 27 years old. His wife is 27. And they told her that he died. And because he loves his wife, every chance he gets, and this is my words, not his, every chance he gets, he reminds her that I'm here and I'm fighting for you, and I'm fighting for our child, and I'm fighting for my life. I love that. I mean, it's just, and of course, I couldn't share the video, but when they're embraced right there, the way they're embracing each other, they were both just shaking. They were trembling from head to toe, trembling. He obviously had won a medal. You could see the ribbon around his neck. And they were literally shaking with joy, with excitement, with relief, with possibilities. Very, very touching. And you know, as much as I want to talk about Meghan's shoes and her skinny jeans and all that kind of stuff, it really is about the veterans. That is what this is for. It's about the veterans. So we cannot lose focus, because that, of course, is what the tabloid media wants us to do, is to celebrate everything Meghan, everything Harry, and then, of course, blame Meghan for celebrating Harry. And I'm still trying to figure out how they're going to attach her name to wildfires, earthquakes, floods, but they'll find a way. But yeah, that is just absolutely powerful. So many powerful stories have come out of Invictus, and that's why, like someone said earlier, they don't make it easy for you to find it on the Netflix. And I realized when I went into Netflix looking for it just so I could see if it was trending, I couldn't find it. I had to look for Invictus. I had to type it in. It wasn't there when you opened it up. And something this fantastic, I would think that they would want to push it, to get it out there. And let's hope that they're working on getting an Oscar for it, because the short term gains that they're experiencing now, if it becomes an Oscar winning property, then it will definitely get the exposure that I feel, that you feel that it deserves. So, yep, I tell you, this is very, very emotional. When I saw this, I was just like, I had to get quiet for a minute. Where's Susie Q? I have to check on Susie Q when I do something like this. Susie Q, you okay? But yeah, that's what it's about. This is out of order for some reason. I meant to talk about this earlier, but those are the sailor pants. That's what Meghan wore for the plane. You okay, Susie Q? Thinking about you. But yeah, that's what Meghan wore for the plane. That should have been up higher, but it wasn't. Now, for the sake of conversation, Michelle Obama ends Hillary Clinton's run as most admired woman. Remember I said that in the U.S., Hillary was the most admired woman in America for 20 years. Well, it wasn't 20 years, it was actually 17 years. Hillary Clinton on Meghan. Oh, yeah. So that's a little thing that I saved after the Oprah interview. As you can see, Hillary Clinton didn't mince her words. Hillary Clinton said young women should not be forced into a mode that is no longer relevant, meaning that of the British royal family. And of course, Hillary did say that she wasn't surprised with the allegations of racism. She was not surprised by it. So there's the list right there from 2018. Michelle Obama finally knocked Hillary Clinton off the list. Hillary had actually stayed most admired for 2 years after, well, let me see, 2018. Not 2 years, longer than that, right? Anyway, you got, oh yeah, this was after the election, 2018. So that means that was when they assassinated her character. But you got Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Hillary Clinton. Oh God, her, Queen Elizabeth, Angela Merkel, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Ellen DeGeneres, Nikki Haley, Malala Yousafzai, Nancy Pelosi, and then for the men, you got Obama, Trump. Now remember, the MAGA people make up about 35% of the population. So the fact that the number is that low is a relief. I think they submitted this to, like, I don't know how many people, but it's from the Gallup poll, so I think it's pretty accurate. Pope Francis, Bill Gates, Bernie Sanders, Bill Clinton, Dalai Lama, Joe Biden, Elon Musk, and that was before we found out he was crazy, and Mike Pence. That's before we found out he was such a coward. So again, most admired man and women by political party. Obama gets 35%, independents 13%. And look at Donald Trump. For Republicans, 32%, independents 10%. But still, even after the 2016 election, Hillary Clinton did stay at third place. Melania Trump, again, there was a lot of people that were Republicans that they solicited, and that was what they came up with. So right there it says, the year 2018 brought about a change at top of Gallup's most admired women's list for the first time in 17 years. So that means Hillary actually stayed at the top even after the 2008 election. Hillary Clinton falling back now that she has more fully retreated to private life after a long career as First Lady, United States Senator, Secretary of State, and two-time presidential candidate. Michelle Obama stepped into that void as she has authored a best-selling autobiography and is promoting it with major tour of large U.S. areas. So even after, the Hillary Clinton stayed, and that's why I say, I'm just saying this for the sake of conversation, because the character assassination that they commit against women, especially women that are intelligent, that are in positions of power and authority, it is so erosive that someone like Hillary Clinton, who had been at the top of the list for 17 years, a lot of Republicans favored her. And yet, because of a sustained attack and campaign of hate, they were able to turn her into this big villain that she's become after the election. And so I'm not new to this. I am true to this. I was a very strong supporter of Hillary Clinton's, and I still am, because a lot of those judges that Barack Obama depended upon, a lot of the people in his cabinet, his administration, those were people that Hillary Clinton, along with Bill Clinton, but we know Hillary Clinton was very actively involved in everything in that administration. She was the chief advisor, even though they couldn't say it, but those were people that she helped to select. This is still a party that she helped to build. And that's why it really broke my heart to see her being destroyed by this campaign of hate. And likewise, I feel the same way when it comes to Meghan, is that I'm seeing the same type of campaign. And this is why it's so easy for me every day to fight this battle. At least now I have a platform where I can push back. Before, I was doing it on Facebook, and that can only get you so far. Well, now things are more amplified. And so when I take someone's picture and I turn them into a hog, like I did that one lady that I had a falling out with, more people can see it. As opposed to the Facebook where only a handful of people saw it. But now, when I turn somebody into a hog, at least more people can see it. So that's the big difference. But yeah, I've always had a very strong sense of fair play. And when something doesn't sit right with me, I feel like I need to push back. And sometimes I use my sarcasm and my wit to push back. But it's never done out of hate or anything like that. I don't hate anyone. But if you're going to say something to admonish Hillary Rodham Clinton, don't be surprised if I take your whimsical face that you put on the Facebook and add the proper nose and ears to it and turn you into a human pig. Do not be surprised. Now, I did take it back off of her comments because I thought it was a bit mean, even for me. But yeah, she was making a funny face. I'm like, uh-huh. I knew exactly what I was going to do. So I turned her into a giant pig. Yeah. So there you go. Excellent job, Baron, defending these amazing women, Hillary and Meghan. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm glad to do it. I am always glad to do it. And by the way, you guys, I know it's kind of late for some of you. I am just about done. So if you guys need to get out of here, go for it. There's not much left. You can watch the replay tomorrow. Don't torture yourself. So there is Glory. That's I didn't realize that Glory had taken a photo with Prince Harry. Didn't find that until later on. So there you can see Prince Harry looking very dapper in his suit, no tie this time. And there is Meghan in the background wearing that shirt dress from Banana Republic. And of course, there's Glory. And right there, Meghan had a particular sweet encounter. Oh, yeah, that's the same thing. And there's another photo. I don't know if I shared that yesterday or not, but there it is again with Meghan with the reception or whatever it was at the Fisher House. And the embrace, I think these are from yesterday. And right there. Oh, you guys, I don't want to send you away shaking in your boots. I don't want to scare anybody, but I guess the Empire Strikes Back. Eden Confidential is putting out a warning. William and Kate show they mean business by hiring CEO to run their household of 60 staff. Okay, first of all, I didn't know they had 60 people working for them. Eden Confidential says Prince William and Kate show they mean business by hiring all-powerful CEO and a revolutionary move that has set the cat among the pigeons at the royal palace. So, in other words, there might be some 5 a.m. emails, not text messages, but emails at 5 a.m. Really? Is that what's needed at this point? Because I have it on good authority that they were doing just fine terrorizing Meghan and conjuring up lies against the Sussexes with the crew that they had a couple of years ago. And if you where are they? There they go, right there, the co-conspirators. There they go. That's the suspects right there, all lined up like anyway, there they are. And there, of course, is Jason Knopf in the back behind William's gigantic head. And, of course, there's the lady of the house trying to look elegant and, well, I guess ladylike. And what in the world? Why is Rachel Maddow there? This is what I can't work out about this photo. Why is Kate sitting next to Rachel Maddow? Anybody have a clue? I'm just asking for a friend. I have never been able to sort that out. Why is it Rachel Maddow is sitting on the sofa with Kate Middleton? I haven't sorted that out yet. But anyway, I digress as usual. But yeah, you guys be aware that the empire is going to strike back, as they say. They are going to push back against this surge of popularity. So this is another one of those articles that means very little, but because of the big the momentum of the Sussexes, they had to put something out there. And this is not even for us. This is just to calm the nerves of Will and Kate. Now, Prince Harry is like one of the guys. Invictus Games Team USA competitor says, retired Chief Master Sergeant Garrett Kawada says hanging with Prince Harry is a highlight of the 2023 Invictus Games. The U.S. Air Force veteran 53 is currently competing for Team USA at the 6th edition of the Invictus Games, which are in full swing in Düsseldorf. Prince Harry founded the International Adaptive Sports Tournament for wounded, injured, and sick service personnel and veterans in 2014, aiming to amplify the transformative power of sport for those who have served. Garrett, who made his Invictus debut in 2022 games at The Hague, exclusively tell people it's an honor to compete for this country and a joy to befriend Prince Harry. The veteran chatted with the Duke of Sussex behind the scenes at the big event last year and spent more time with Harry. Check this out. And spent more time with Harry when he went scuba diving in Hawaii, Garrett's home state. Did you hear that? He went scuba diving in Hawaii, his home state. So let's see, scuba diving in Hawaii, Garrett's home state in November. Cameras captured the epic adventure for Hearts of Invictus, Netflix's limited series about competitors from 6 countries preparing for the Hague tournament. Oh, you know what? I forgot who told me that earlier, but now that makes sense. Remember when Harry surprised those people at the movie theater? That is because they want to qualify for the Academy Award. They had to show it in a traditional movie theater. Now, it's only been about a week, but finally I had the aha moment. See there, anybody who thinks that I'm particularly smart, just realize it took me a whole week before I got that. That was awesome, just hanging with him on the boat. He's a veteran, and like all vets, when we came together, we talked, laughed, joked, and teased each other. He's just like one of the guys. It was an amazing experience. He tells people he makes you feel like you've known him forever. After a ruptured brain aneurysm in 2016, Garrett has navigated a loss of coordination and balance, hearing, vision, speech, and cognitive function. Per the 15th Wing, he retired from the Air Force in 2018 after over 27 years of service and has found strength in competing in the Department of Defense Warrior Games and the Invictus Games. Prince Harry, who rose to the rank of captain during his decade of service in the British Army and deployed twice to Afghanistan, was inspired to launch the Paralympic-style sports tournament on the international stage after attending the Warrior Games in 2013. So there you have it. That is what it's like to hang out with Harry. So not only was Gabe George, is it? Not only was Gabe George on the boat, there was also him. I forgot his name just that fast. There was also Garrett Kawada. Yeah, so they and you know what? There was probably a couple of other people on the boat that we didn't necessarily see. But wow, that must have been an amazing experience to find yourself fighting to get your life back, and somehow you become friends with the Duke of Sussex, and you find yourself out there in the Pacific Ocean, deep diving and swimming around the manta rays and stuff. So interesting, very, very interesting. Love that. Okay, so I have a video for this. Wait a minute, do I have a video for it? Okay, maybe I don't. I don't think there's a video. But check this out. As you can see, Harry has his thumbs pointed to the ladies who are having what seems to be, and I haven't seen the video, they're having quite a conversation, and Harry is just stuck in the middle. And, no matter how much a man loves his wife, there's certain awkward situations like girl talk or waiting outside the dressing room. Or have you noticed that when a man carries his wife's purse that he holds it like a football? He tucks it under his arm like he's going to go wide and then throw it. Well, here's Harry stuck between Meghan and this other lady, and he found himself feeling a bit awkward, right? So in order to make the situation easier, he decided to remove himself so that they could get to the point that they were trying to make or whatever. At least I think that's what's happening here. And then eventually he comes back up, but he found himself feeling very useless and unnecessary as this sisterhood, this connection took place. So I thought that was adorable. He's just like, what am I doing here? And wait, am I in the way? And the first time I looked at the photo, I thought he had went away. I didn't actually see that he had just bent over But I don't know what was going on here, but it just seems like he was in the way and wanted to um, help to expedite the conversation or whatever by getting the heck out the way. And right here, now listen, I don't know Peace well enough to say my usual jokes, but is she there working or is she working? Is she working or working? That's not bad, is it? But I tell you, Peace has been photographed with the most handsome men at the Invictus. I'm just saying, is she there working or is she working? I don't know. It looks like she's making some friends, one of which might be closer than the last. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just noticing a trend here because what was it just yesterday? Oh, that's the last slide, by the way. Was it yesterday that she was photographed with what seemed like the Chippendale dancers? I'm just asking for a friend, but I'm noticing that they all seem to have a particular look about them, like maybe they used to work Chippendales. Like, take a look here. I mean, it seems like she's found some eye candy somewhere. Look at that. Where did they find these guys? Did they have Velcro lining their fatigues? I'm just asking because well, I don't know. I don't want to. I'm just saying that it just seems like um, there seems to be a lot of testosterone in her photos, and then this. I'm just saying. So anyway, long as she's having fun, that's all that matters. And you know what, you guys, Peace is like a warrior for the cause, and I admire her devotion to everything in life, including sickle cell. She has written a book about sickle cell, and unfortunately, it's been a very busy season, so I haven't had a chance to read the book, but I did purchase the book. It's available on Amazon. Um, but yeah, and I first took notice of Peace when she was on British television wearing a Sussex Squad T-shirt, and I'm like, I like her. But yeah, she's very very you know a very strong person. She trained for a marathon to raise money for the well child, and and I supported that too. So anytime I see that Peace is supporting something, I always make sure that I contribute because it just makes sense when someone is putting forth that kind of effort that you support them in any way you can because it's because of people like Peace that make those kind of sacrifices to bring awareness, to raise money and such for causes. It's like when someone goes to war, someone gets conscripted, and you get to go to college or you get to get some type of deferment. Well, somebody has to fight the battle. So that's how I look at these things. If I can't get up and do it myself, at the very least, I should be more supportive to the people who are getting off their behinds and making a difference. So, but we can do whatever we can, whenever we can, and we don't have to try to be there for everybody and everything. But it's good to contribute in some kind of way. So, just some food for thought. Anyway, that is it for today. 2 hours and 6 minutes, not bad. Um, you guys, I was not ready. I promise you, I wasn't ready. I feel like I left out some things that I wanted to cover, but I'll try to do that tomorrow, and we'll try to go on earlier tomorrow because I missed everything from tonight because I was in the middle of making a couple of videos. But it's been an exciting day, and thank you. I'm so glad that we could all be here sharing it together. Um, Very likely, I think that BS Speaks Royally will be on first tomorrow, and Anne of Duchess of Success has been going on earlier. So you'll have that. And then, of course, there's Claire Kane and is it Brian and a few of your other favorites that will be on earlier, I think. So I don't know what time I'll be on. I never know these things. I know it seems so haphazard, but I'm just not ready until I'm ready. And I feel a need to have a certain voice when I present. So, and yeah, so I'll try to go on earlier tomorrow because this is late for everyone, including myself. Anyway, so that's that. I hope you guys are able to sleep because with all the excitement today, well, you know how it is. Sometimes you can be so excited on Christmas Eve. By the time Christmas morning comes, you haven't slept at all. You've been too excited trying to mark the passage of time. Well, that's how this is. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow that I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight. I'm going to try though, because I don't want to sleep during the middle of the day like I did today. Oh yeah, Alicia, I can't wait to see what they have planned for Harry. I cannot wait to see that. But yeah, so again, I'm not encouraging anyone to run to the tabloid media. I didn't read those articles myself. I thought the headlines were interesting. It kind of looked like their disposition evolved throughout the day, and then they went right back to the negative, their default mode. But let's see. Yes, thank you. Cookies and Cream says, everyone, please continue to pray for the Sussex's safety and success. Amen to that. Oh, there's VS. Yeah, you guys. So make sure you VS. Let me see. I'm gonna go and take a look and see if you're already scheduled for tomorrow. Wow. I just got another notification. Someone is using some of my okay. Yeah, it looks like someone is using, but you know what? See, this is how that works. When someone when someone has a copyright strike against them, at the very least, they do warn the content creator somebody is using your stuff. And it's up to you to make a stink about it. But I don't care because this was like amateur video that someone else made. So not a big deal. And it's from a while ago. So I'm not even going to bother with it. But yeah, it's usually up to the individual whether or not they're going to punish you. But yeah, so VS, I don't see that you're scheduled for tomorrow. But again, you guys that want to start your day off, just remember that BS Speaks Royally usually is on before the rest of us. And also, Pedo, was I dreaming or was Pedo on like 5 or 6 a.m. this morning? Was I dreaming or was Pedo on at that hour? Did Pedo do a recorded video or no, it wasn't that early? But yeah, Petal was on super early. Now that's not normal for her, but Petal was on super early. I'm just like, did I bump my head? Well, yeah, this is exciting though. So get your fill of it while we have it available, because we don't know what the Sussexes are going to do or when they're going to do it. We only, I see right here. I can see it, VS. So VS is scheduled to come on in 13 hours. Let me get the link for that. 13 hours from now. So I'm going to post the link, and you guys can go ahead and click on the link so that you can start a little early tomorrow. There you go. That's the link for VS Speaks Royally. Comes on in 13 hours from now. So I'm guessing that's like noon Central Time, or 11 on the East Coast, 11 a.m. But yeah, there you go. So again, what is this one about? Trash time muted during Invictus. Oh, nice. I don't have the discipline to do that, but nice. Although I haven't been as, as usual. I have pretty much been giving them a free pass. It could be that much more, but I'm being nice to them. Oh, well, that's okay, Leisha. Thanks for trying anyway. I rarely get anything on the Venmo anyway, so but I think I still have it, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. And whatever you do, don't stay up late trying to fool with something like that. Because sometimes, when it comes to technology, when I want something to work the way I want it to work, I look up 2 hours, 3 hours have gone by, and I think what else I could have done with that 3 or 4 hours when I was trying to figure out how do I delete something or how. Oh man. I think of all the other things I could have done with that 3 hours that I was searching the internet trying to figure out how to do a simple something on a menu. So yeah, don't tax yourself too much with it. Good night, Vonzola Adams. See you tomorrow. Good night, Anastasia. Let me see. Oh yeah, well, it's okay. They might be having a technical difficulty, and then sometimes they do maintenance later in the day, and they might take the site down for a while. Oh, so it wasn't live. It was okay. Okay. Rohini. Hey, Rohini. Rohini, I haven't done a call in for a while, but I don't even know how to do that. If you want to say something to us about today, and I do mean for Rohini only, I'm going to put the thing up there if you want to say something. I hope that's right. I haven't done it in a while, so I kind of forgot. But if you want to, but don't bother if you're just getting off from work or something like that. But yeah, so it's been exciting, you guys. And again, please get your rest on. I know it's kind of late for some of you guys, so we are done. I'm not going to have a big after show like I do sometimes where you look up and 2 hours later, you're like, I fell asleep. I thought you. It is not going to be one of those situations. Okay, so Rohini is here. Hey, Rohini.
Hey.
All
Why
right.
you up this hour? It's like 11 o'clock.
I know.
I just came off the plane and I'm tired. So I can't sleep. And I have no clue what went on today.
What's that?
I said I have no clue what went on today other than Meghan was in sexy skinny jeans.
Right.
Looking all hot.
Well, okay. I've seen it, but I didn't see it. And what I mean by that is I was working on a video before I went to bed at 8 a.m. this morning, woke up at about 1:30, and then there was like so much stuff that I was overwhelmed. So I said, well, let me finish this video. And the next thing I know, I did another video. And anyway, I saw images. I saw that Meghan nearly broke the internet with her J. Crew outfit.
Oh yeah, she crashed the site.
Yeah. Yeah, the site went down for a while. So I'm gonna put it on the screen for
But
you.
isn't J. Crew like a affordable? Is it a luxury brand? You know who you know who made J. Crew famous?
Michelle Obama.
You know? Yeah, she did. She did. She put J. Crew on the map with her sleeveless dresses.
Take a look at your screen. You see that? Now, I kind of felt like Meghan and Harry was giving us a little Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta with their black, right? I kind of felt that coming on today in a very respectful way, of course, but that's what I was getting. So there's the J. Crew.
I know. You're the one that I want.
You are the one for the one that I need. Oh, yes.
I actually prefer Summer Nights used to be my go-to karaoke.
Summer loving happens so fast.
Yeah, they used to be my go-to. My go-to karaoke.
Since Church Nelly is sleeping, I'm gonna tell you, and y'all don't tell her what I said, but you know what song I pictured Church Nelly singing from Greece, don't you? There are worse things I can do than go with a boy or two. Even though the neighborhood thinks
I'm trying to. How do you turn the camera around?
I suppose. Oh yeah. That's okay. I really couldn't see.
I kind of forgot. I wanted to show you something.
You know, I still have that LP from 1978, was it? I still have the original Grease LP. I have one from Grease.
Do you still have an LP player?
I do. I do. And I still have the original album from The Wiz, the movie The Wiz. And inside of the jacket of the album, there is an order sheet where you could order like a t-shirt and a sun visor and some other stuff. All of that is in there.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I had a bunch of albums, not a big collection, but at one point I got rid of them and I saved just a few that were sentimental. And those were two that I saved. Also, I have an LP for, remember when Lena Horne was on Broadway? I still have the album from her one-woman show. Yep.
When was that?
I still have just a few.
When was that?
I want to say it was 76, 77. All I know is she was like 63 years old at the time, I believe. And she had that one-woman show on Broadway, and she talked about her days of jazz and the studio system and everything. And she sang and she told her story and everything. And it's a lovely album. You might be able to hear it on the YouTube, but if you can, I do recommend it. I love like looking at a lot of those interviews from the stars back in the day, and those kind of things. And of course, the documentaries about some of my favorites.
My dad had what they call it, the Rat Pack. He had was that Tony Bennett? No, he's newer. I can't remember the guy. He was short, black guy, relaxed hair.
Oh, Sammy Davis Jr., the hardest working man in show business.
Yes, he had him, and a lot of he had all. Well, we still have all Bob Marley because we still have a turntable, and you know the big one that was like with the cupboards, and it would fit inside and kind of lift it up. You had to like open it.
Oh yeah,
we still have that. still have that.
Yeah,
My mom still have
the
that.
console stereo, the
Yeah.
kind that looks like a piece of furniture.
Yes. Yes, and all the
Now,
records lined up inside. They still have it. And the Bob Marley one, what was very interesting is that Bob Marley had a green album, right? No, he had a green one and a red one, and it was very
you mean what the
different.
actual? Okay, you
The
mean where the
record,
record itself?
yeah,
The
the record
record was
itself
green and red.
was green, and there was one that was red, and it looked different and it felt different, right? And it wasn't until
Right.
like later this guy said it looked like that because you're supposed to be able to roll the cannabis on it. And the record. You're supposed to use it to do that. And I'm like, that is genius though. It's you were supposed to do that. You can roll your blunts on it. It was weird. Okay, so don't look at the mess because my house is in a mess. So I'm gonna try to put the camera on to show you these. Can you see them?
Oh yeah, I see it. Those are the beanies you made.
Right. So those are yours.
Oh,
this is the William.
Those are beautiful.
So this is the William.
Okay.
This is the William.
That is beautiful.
This is the Harry.
Okay,
we have the Meghan.
Orange, okay.
We have the Meghan.
All right.
And we have the Kate.
Okay.
And this is Louis.
Those are nice.
Yeah. So
Aww,
I'm gonna try to.
Very sweet.
I need like. What did I do? I need like an address. Trying to figure out how to send it. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I need an address.
It's actually on the community tab, the address for the wish list.
Oh, okay. So just send it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to show you what I made for Duchess because you might get jealous because it's very sexy.
Oh, okay.
I know I was in a crochet mood.
I will be jealous. If it's something low cut, I will be jealous.
It is. It's a very sexy bikini. It's a very sexy monokini, right? It is. It's really, really sexy. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? My brother actually, because I was actually home. That's why I came up today. I went home, spent some time with mommy. And my brother was cleaning out the back. And we have like a shed with a whole set of old stuff. And he found this this player. I think they call it an A-track.
Okay.
They call it an A-track. And it was like a cassette. But the player isn't working and the label on the actual cassette is gone, so we don't know what's on it. We can't even play it to what's on it because the machine isn't working. So we don't know.
I'm just curious, but what brand of stereo, the big one, what brand is it? Is it Zenith, Motorola?
The turntable.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh god.
I'm just curious.
It's written there now.
We mostly had.
I think
Motorola.
it's GE.
Oh, GE. Okay.
Yeah, because it was GE. Yeah, because GE has the little squiggly.
Yes.
Writing. Yeah, so it's still there. But it's a whole furniture set.
Okay.
It's a whole furniture set. It's a cupboard, and the turntable fits in the cupboard. So yeah, I think it's GE.
I'm gonna.
We've had it forever. It's older than me. It's older than me.
I'm gonna look up. I didn't know GE made anything like that.
It's older than me.
Console stereo.
It's really old.
Oh my goodness, I'm looking at some right now. Okay.
You saw it from GE?
Yeah, if you go on, if you
They
Google
made
it-
like a lot. I don't know if they sold it in America, obviously, but they made a lot of appliances and stuff in the 70s and 80s and 90s when I was a kid in the 90s.
Yeah, I
That
knew they
was
made
sold in the
televisions, but
Caribbean. So
I didn't
GE
know
was
that
like a
they.
popular brand, and you had to pay like you got it on like higher purchase. So you had to pay like $2 a week, which
Yeah.
back then was a lot of money, but you know, $2 a week.
Yeah, if you guys are listening, if you have never seen what we're talking about, just Google GE Council Stereo, a Council Stereo. It's like
Yeah.
it is a piece of furniture.
And the
And
wood is like really good quality wood. I don't
yeah,
think ours is mahogany. I think it's like cedar or oak or something like that.
yeah,
And
they
it's
were
still sturdy
beautiful.
today. It's still sturdy. It's still usable. The stereo, well, my brother does electronics, so he kind of kept it in good condition. So it's still working because now he can hook up he can play a record and then burn it to his computer. I don't know how he did it, but he can do that now. He can do that
Yeah,
now.
the
But
last
it's
time
from all the way then when he was a kid.
the last time I had one was back in the 1990s. It belonged to a friend of the family, and it had the reel-to-reel tape. You know, remember the old reel-to-reel audio tapes where you
The
put the reel
cassette.
on there, and it had that. So it had the turntable and the reel-to-reel audio tape player, a recorder player. Yeah, and it was a Motorola, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I wouldn't mind
Motorola.
having one now. You know, the thing is, those television stands that they sell for like hundreds of dollars, they're the exact same size as those old console stereos. You could literally just put one of those televisions on it, but the only thing is you wouldn't be able to get into the record player, but you don't really listen to it every day anyway, so you know it's kind of a
No,
novelty now.
you, that's true. The record player. It's inside, and you have to lift that up and then play it. But you can rest it on top of it.
Right. So there, I
I
put the correct spelling on the screen there. It says Council Stereo. If you haven't seen one of those, let me see. You had a Philco, Peaches, Kim Peaches? Yeah, Philco. Now, Philco, that was made by Ford. I believe Philco originally was a Ford product. Okay. Now,
Yeah,
you guys want to hear
GG.
something very random that I remember? Google, if you like, Google it. But there was the most expensive television in the world, and it was made by Sony. It was made out of cherry wood. I remember that back in the 80s, I think it was, that television cost $10,000. Let me see. Sony.
It was the size of a house.
It
It
wasn't that
probably was
big.
the size of an apartment.
Sony, cherry wood television. But yeah, I remember that just randomly. I remember that television because I remember going to an appliance store and actually seeing one.
But it took up the whole wall.
Well, it wasn't that big though. It wasn't that big.
Really? I would
The,
think it would take up the whole wall.
no, the novelty of it was just that it was made out of cherry wood. That was the and of course it
Oh.
was Sony.
Oh.
So
And
it was a lot of quality for the time, but I just remember that particular television from back in the day. And let me see.
and I do remember when television used to sign off.
Right.
And I used to stand up there and listen to the national anthem would come on.
So did they play God Save the Queen for y'all?
No, we have our own national anthem.
Oh, okay.
We have our own national anthem. But I will tell you what we used to get during the Jubilees and the trooping of the color in school. We used to get like pencils and copybooks and rulers, and like, you know, if you're really bright, the school would get like some backpacks, and only the very bright kids from the A class used to get them. So I'm so surprised that Will and Kate went to the Commonwealth and didn't even bring our pencil, boy.
No, they brought photos that they gave to the.
Well, you used to get a new one, a new photograph. You used to get a new photograph, but I mean, we used to get pencils and stuff and pen. And in primary school and high school, you had to learn to write in cursive. You had to write with a fountain pen. So you used to get a fountain pen, and there was this little bottle of ink, and the little bottle of ink said Her Majesty from the desk of Her Majesty. I remember that. But they stopped giving us all that cool stuff. I guess it's expensive.
Well, I'm going to go a little old school. I still have, okay, now I don't know, well, you weren't in the U.S. then, so at least I don't think so, but I think it was the Clark or the Texaco gas station, they would give presidential statues, and you were supposed to get like this stand, and you could put all whatever 30, 38, 40 presidents, whatever number it went up to. Oh no, it couldn't have been that high. It must have been like about 38 at the time. And when you would fill up every week, you can get another one of those statues. I still have a few of those, including the John F. Kennedy one. Now, to be fair, I didn't actually collect them. I remembered them. And because I was older than most of the people I worked with, one of my coworkers said, I got something I think you'll like. And he gave me a little bag with the little statuettes in it. They're only about 2 inches high. But yeah,
you should check eBay. They might be worth a lot of money.
You know, I haven't thought about that. And I usually do check stuff on eBay. But I should.
They might be worth a whole lot of money.
Yeah. I got so much stuff I should put on eBay stuff.
But in what I guess we used to get these cereals from America. They used to have like little toys in like the Frosted Flakes, and we don't get toys anymore. Like I used to like these little toys. They don't put them anymore.
Well, did you know that McDonald's was or is the largest distributor of toys in America?
Because they Happy Meal.
Yeah. Okay, now I just put a link on the screen. I want to show you all that television. It's from 1981. It cost $10,000. It's I found it. And if you guys want to see it, it costs $10,000. Uh-oh, did I just
What did you do? You put it in the chat. Like,
I thought I had logged myself out. I'm just like, uh-oh. Yeah, so I put it in the chat, but if you click on it, that's it right there. I think you can click on it. Maybe I have to put it at the top of the chat. But that was a $10,000 television back in 1981, and it was made out of Japanese cherry wood. That was probably the only reason why it was such a big deal. But I just randomly remember that because I actually asked about it when I was at this big appliance furniture store. And they said, oh, yeah, we have one. And I went, I'm like, oh, that's nice. Other than that, I could not justify the cost of that thing to save my life.
I think it's just the wood. I would think it would have been really big. I thought it would have been really big.
Yeah, but I'm just like, for an appliance, why would anybody use expensive wood like that? But some people can afford it, and they would. Okay, so I'm going to read it. It says the Sony limited edition console costs $10,000 for a very good reason. It's worth $10,000. It has the largest picture tube now ever made for the home, 30 inches, measuring diagonally, of course. Just think about that. The largest picture tube in 1981 was 30 inches. A remote control system called the Express Commander that does just about everything, including even opening.
It had a remote.
Closing the
Back then?
sliding, what is that? Timbre doors. So it had doors that slid open with the remote.
Wow.
This picture is incredibly rich and detailed because of the new microcomputer circuitry we've developed. Dynamic color, dynamic picture, and velocity modulation scanning. How about that? So anyway, that's why it cost $10,000. That's quite.
Well, it was the tech of the future.
Yeah, and that was 1981, and that was the biggest tube that they had at the time.
Well, there are diamond encrusted iPhones, so there are diamond encrusted iPhones that you can buy from. I think they're from Dubai or something, some company.
Now, I remember I used to watch the when the television would go off, and I would watch the the national anthem, and then after that, when the screen would go all fuzzy and everything, I would be like so sad because it's just like I'm still wide awake and there's nothing to watch and nothing to do, and I just and
yes, it used to sign off.
Yeah.
It used to try, and on a Saturday morning, I would sit still patiently for 6 a.m. for the national anthem to come on again because it was cartoons all day. And on a Saturday, they would have at 9:30 had the best cartoon ever made of all time. Galaxy Rangers. I don't care about nobody.
Rangers? I don't remember that one.
Oh my God, Baron! Galaxy
Rangers
was the best.
Okay.
Well, I'm 42, so you were an adult.
Galaxy Ranger.
It was probably beneath your sensibility. Okay, you were adults back then.
I remember this.
How you? Oh my! And you remember He-Man and She-Ra?
Yes.
Right, that used to come on as well. So it's around that era there. That, and you had Captain Planet. Oh my God, I wish to do a live action with that. I would.
What about Thundercats? Thundercats.
Yes.
Thundercats.
Yes, Thundercats. I love that. And my dad loved Top Cat. So he loved Top Cat. TC or well, I think it was TC it was called. So he used to watch that. So Saturday mornings we'd sit down and you'd wait patiently for the national anthem to start, and then you could cartoons all day.
I'm looking at it now. It says the plot is set in the future, sometime after 2086, when two aliens from the planet Andor and Kerwin traveled to Earth in search of allies against the expansionist Crown Empire led by the Queen of the Crown. In return for help, the two aliens gave mankind construction plans for a hyperdrive device after the key event in human history. Interstellar travel flourished and a huge number of colonies emerged in distant star systems. So that's what you was watching, huh? Well, that explains a lot, Rohini.
No, listen. The characters were really cool because there was one character in particular, Shane, who was he was my first crush.
Okay, Shane Guzman.
Yes,
right
Shane Guzman, Doc.
Was
and it's Keiko or Eiko, I can't remember. But Shane was he was panty wet and handsome. I don't care what nobody.
See what you talking
It was
about.
animation, but he was too cute.
Sometimes
I'm sorry.
Cute when you're young doesn't seem so interesting when you get older. Let me see what he looks like.
It was animated. You see? You see,
features.
Shane. You see, underwear, you know, ringing out hot. He was hot.
Yeah,
He was
I
hot.
see that.
He was hot, and so whoever plays him has to be a very handsome guy. Has to be a very and that's probably the same thing that Meghan was watching. So you see, he looks out like Harry. It's just that he's a blonde. Because Meghan and I are the same age, so she probably is watching it too.
Of course, I noticed he's got, what do they call that when they tie the scarf around their neck? An ascot or whatever they call it.
No, he was a cowboy.
Oh, he was a
They were cowboys.
Cowboy.
They were cowboys. They were cowboy. I know there's a book about a outlaw or something named Shane. They modeled the character after him.
Well,
and he's an outlaw. Or there's a book and it's called Shane. I can't remember, but
this explains a lot. I was like, what is it about her? Now I get it.
He does look a lot like Harry though. I mean, come on. So you know Meghan was watching it back in the day. He's just that he's blonde. He's just that he's blonde. And why is Adrian mad that I'm telling my age? Sweetie, listen, I look good. Some of these 90-year-olds wish they look as good as me. So I'm okay with it. I wear my age like a badge of honor. You understand me?
I'm gonna check out that cartoon. I'm gonna.
It's really good. It's really good. I used to watch that all the time, and I even have one more that would probably take it even further back. My mother still has one of the old tiny Singer sewing machines with the presser foot thing that used to sit at the bottom and pretend that it was a car with a big wheel. Still have it, and it still works. Yep.
Okay.
It was a Singer, and it still works. It was black. It's black and shiny with like gold writing on it. We still have it. Yup.
Galaxy Rangers. For some reason, this one escapes me. I've never seen it before.
Oh my god.
Now, I used to watch a morning show that came on Sundays, and it was like it taught religious values, but it was
Circle Square.
It was called gosh, what was that show called?
Circle Square.
No,
so it was from Canada. Circle Square.
The one I watched was called The Magic Door. And it was a Jewish show, and I didn't know anything about Jewish anything. And it's weird because sometimes I feel like I'm Jewish, and I think it's because I used to watch that show. But it was called
my god!
Door, and it had a song, "Open, come open the magic door with me," and you know it was a lot of symbolism that went over my head. And now that I'm older, I'm just like, oh, no wonder I feel Jewish sometimes. But that's what it was. It was to teach you life lessons and values and stuff. But it was a show that was focused on the Jewish faith. And it wasn't nothing else on. And that's
my gosh, on a Sunday
morning, yeah.
Isn't that like the Sabbath or something? No, but there was one week, I guess, in Canada called Circle Square. Sorry, in Trinidad we called Circle Square. It was from Canada, and you used to have to write them, and they would read your letter on television. They never read any of my letters, so it's probably why I'm not that Christian anymore. But they never read my letter in Circle Square. But there was a puppet show called Fraggle Rock.
I remember
that would teach you about like manners and friendship and integrity. Come to Fraggle Rock. So I used to watch that.
I remember Fraggle Rock.
Yeah, I love Fraggle Rock. That was my show. You know, one of the characters, King Charles looks like one of them. She does. That picture Camilla, she looks like one of the Fraggles. She does. She does.
Okay, so
I'm not sure which one, but like I remember, that's how I thought about her.
I
Yeah.
just put a link for Rohini's cartoon, The Galaxy Rangers, if anybody wants to see what it looks like.
We need to get Tyler Perry to buy the franchise and to bring it back. To bring it back.
Yeah, I would love to see Medea Goes to Outer Space. I would love to see that.
And of course, you had Muppet Babies, and when Sesame Street was good, before Jim Henson died, we used to watch that every day, every single day.
Yeah, it's so weird. I can't remember so many of my Saturday morning cartoons. If I had to list them, I don't know if I could. I just remember, you know what? I'm drawing a blank. I don't remember so many of them now.
What you have to do is going to Google and put like the year that you were a kid and put cartoons for that year, and then it'll come up. A list will come up.
Of
and
course,
then see if you remember any of them.
The what was that? The Schoolhouse Rock. I still remember a lot of those songs, like 3 is a magic number. Yes, it is.
That's from Sesame Street.
Number. Yeah. Did you all have the Schoolhouse Rock where they taught you math? Well, you know what? Y'all might not have had that because it also taught U.S. history. That's how most people learn the preamble. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility. And of course, okay, so they had one for math. They had one for science. They had one for history and a few other things, subjects or whatever. But yeah, it was called the Schoolhouse Rock. And they thought if the kids sang the song, the repetitive singing would help you to learn stuff like 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. And that's why I can only count up to 3 to 30 is because that's where the song cut off.
No, I wasn't there like a segment on Sesame Street about that?
I don't recall Sesame Street. I don't recall any of their episodes.
The Sesame Street before 2001 was the best. Because that was when Jim Henson was alive. I think he died in 2001. And, it was very progressive because Mr. Hooper died. And they didn't shy away from it. They're like, well, yeah, he died. And they talked about it. And I think Louise and Maria got divorced.
How did he die?
The actor died.
Oh, but how did he die?
He was old.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Oh my God, how do I not remember? But he was an older man and he died. And instead of shying away from it, they talked about it on the show. And they explained that. And there was like issues with racism and stuff and everything. They dealt with it, and I remember that. But now, Sesame Street is just
because I was going to say an important life lesson, kids. If you don't pay your money to the loan shark, like so and so, then this is what would happen to you. So that's an important life lesson. That's why I was asking you: was it a death that would have taught the kids something like? Don't be sleeping around with somebody else's woman because this is what happens. They find you in the ditch. So
that's so horrible. Oh my God.
That's
oh my gosh.
Unless you want to end up like so and so, don't go sneaking and creeping up somebody backstairs, children. You got to teach them. It's sometimes the harsh realities. You know what I mean? This is why nobody ever asked me to babysit, by the way. Now, Helen Cole has just mentioned, what about Johnny Quest? Now,
Johnny Quest is newer. That's like, I think like Gen Z or the lower millennials, people that are like 28 to 33, that was kind of that age group there.
I remember Johnny Quest. And
Johnny Quest.
Too old to be watching it, but I remember.
Yeah. Johnny Quest is like quite recent, I think.
And I
I'm not
remember
so
Clutch
sure.
Cargo. Remember Clutch Cargo? Oh, Johnny Quest, Race Bannon, Haji. Yes, I remember Johnny Quest. Yeah, I remember Race Bannon. He had that white hair like pins.
And I will tell you this also. It wasn't until I think it was about maybe 5 years ago when a friend of mine got the entire season, and I realized that I had no business watching it, and it was Allo Allo.
Oh, by the way, Helen Cole, thank you for the super chat. It was called Hello, Hello.
No, Allo. It was from
Hello.
England. It was about
hello.
occupied France.
Hello. Okay.
Allo Allo. Oh my God, the British squaddies who know what I'm talking about. I had no business being 11 watching that show. That show was, ugh. It was really slutty. And it had a character called Michelle of the Resistance.
Well,
and she said, "Listen very carefully as you say this on Evans."
Rohini, did you ever watch the movie The Wiz?
I've heard about it. Doesn't Star Sinbad?
No, it was Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, The Wiz. It was based on The Wizard of Oz, but it was the black people, The Wiz. Now, let me tell you something. That movie was based on the Broadway play, which was very successful. The movie didn't do as well because people always looked at it as, well, it's not the original, The Wiz, but The Wizard of Oz. But let me tell you, there was parts of that went over your head as a child. Like there was a scene that repeated throughout the movie where to get to Oz, they were like, well, why don't we just take a taxi? There's one right there. And as soon as they would walk to the taxi, the light would go off saying not in service, and then the taxi would take off. Now, when I was a kid, I didn't understand why that was in the movie. But when I tried to catch a taxi one day as an adult, and I realized the taxi didn't want to take me because I was black, then I got it. So that is...
Wow.
Listen, Rohini, watch The Wiz. There's a lot of references to
oh my gosh,
black culture or American black culture, like little Easter eggs that are hidden.
With Richard Pryor, isn't it?
Yeah, Richard Pryor. He plays The Wiz.
He cursed too much. My mommy didn't really listen to him.
That's really for children, so he ain't gonna cuss in that one. But you got to see it. There's a lot of references that I did not get as a child. Like, for instance, there was one character called Miss One. And Miss One had a bunch of purses lined up and down her arms and carry-alls. And, well, I was a kid. It went over my head. I didn't realize that Miss One was the neighborhood bag lady. She was homeless. She lived on the street. I didn't realize that Miss One was a bag lady. I didn't know what a bag lady was. And another...
I thought she had purses.
And see, the way they made it as a child, you won't get it. But the adults, they know. The adults know.
Right, I feel like you need to do a movie night and stream it.
I wish
the video might be demonetized, but but maybe do like a live watch party with it.
It was such a good movie though. I used to know every word, not just to the songs, but every word of the movie. I watched it so many times.
I like that's about the old movies, that most of them had music in it and songs. Mm-hmm. I love that. I love that's about the old music, the old movies. I don't know why they stopped.
When I was a kid, myself and all the neighbor kids, we would all end up over at one house, and we would all sit there and watch Grease over and over and over again. there was a lot of movies, we watched them over and over and over again. And of course, another thing that was always popular, I don't care where you were, what you were doing, if Give Me a Break was on, the phone would ring. Nell Carter about to sing. Hey, y'all, Nell about to sing. Or if it was a rerun of Good Times, we would call each other to say that they're about to do Diana Ross and the Supreme. Any of those shows that, like sitcoms that had a music number, all of a sudden the phone would ring and everybody would say, so and so about to sing, so and so about to sing.
What did I get it? I mean, I you don't need to tell us just how old or maybe how poor, but but I remember a time when not everybody in the neighborhood had a TV. Like I was real small. I remember when we got our TV. I remember that. It was a big deal. Not everybody had one, and there were certain shows the whole street gathered to watch, and I my mind runs to that because you guys just celebrated, well, I don't say celebrate, but commemorated, 9/11. And I remember that my house was where everybody was watching the coverage. Remember that?
Yeah.
We were all because when I came home and my brother was watching TV, and I was like, "What are you watching?" He's like, "I don't know, look at some movie." And then the other plane hits, and we were like, "Ooh, what is this?" And then we saw CNN at the bottom of the screen, and we're like, "This is the news. This is really happening." And then the whole street was crazy, and everybody was like, "Oh my goodness!" So everybody gathered in one place, and everybody was in my living room watching it. And it reminded me of there was a time when not everybody had a television, and everybody would like they used to screen the Address of the Queen every Christmas, and the budget. So we used to gather to read to listen to that. I want to know if you had that experience in America.
Well, okay. And I was going to say, now, I did not grow up in a rich neighborhood, and we certainly was not rich, but I had to tell you, being poor in the U.S. is so different from being poor any place else. Being working class in the U.S. is so different from any place else, because I didn't know anybody who did not have a television. And growing up, we had one in every room except the bathroom. There was one in the kitchen. There was one in all the bedrooms. There was one in the living room. Yeah.
You were really, Byron, I'm going to blow your mind even more.
Well,
I remember a time when we didn't have indoor toilets.
The children's room.
Wow.
Our room did not have a color television. My parents' room had a color television. The living room had one. So there was like a class system with the televisions. And so the black and white TVs, that was for the kids. But I and this is just my experience. Again, I didn't grow up in a rich situation, but like being poor in the US, I don't know anyone that doesn't have an air conditioner. It's just like, and now, like with government housing, it has to have an air conditioning.
My jaw has hit the floor.
Yeah, it has to have air conditioning. It's mandatory. But in the US, everything has air conditioning. The trains, when I went to the UK and I found out the trains were not air conditioned, I could hear all that noise. Now, to be fair, growing up in the 70s, we didn't have air conditioned trains. But by the end of the 70s, all of the trains were air conditioned. It would be unheard of to be on one of the trains without AC. Yeah. I mean, it gets pretty hot in the Midwest, and we go through the extreme heat and the extreme cold. But being a poor Midwest, I never felt poor. I never really felt poor. And now that the salaries are frozen and have been for years, people are really starting to feel the pressure of it. But after World War II, there was so much prosperity in the US that, like my grandfather would say, you get fired from one job, you just go down the street to the next job, and they'd be so glad to have you. And there was so many benefits available at the time where now companies depend on the government to subsidize your health insurance and stuff. But, when I was a kid, and even when I was a working adult, you could not work at a job and not have the health insurance. It was unheard of. It was not. It's so expensive. Now things are starting to go back in the other direction. But when I was a kid, I didn't know anything but prosperity. I didn't know that, I mean, there was some people in the neighborhood that had less than us, but they, by and large, everybody had a television, and you had at least one air conditioner in the house. It'd be in the living room or something, and you camp out on those hot nights or whatever. But yeah, poverty in the U.S. is very different. To buy a car, even now, somebody selling an old car could sell it for $500 because they didn't want to get this fixed or that fixed. You buy it and you don't fix it, and you still might drive it another 5 years. I mean, I don't know too many places where it's so cheap to buy a car. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But owning a car in the U.S., you pay more for the insurance and the license sometimes than you pay for buying yourself a nice used car. Because
I'm not lying.
money up.
I'm really shocked. I guess that's probably why a lot of Caribbean people back then it they would save and put together just to migrate to America because it was the land of opportunity where you could make anything of yourself. There was a brother from church. He was maybe in his 60s or so. Him and his wife, and they were retired. They would travel the world. So for Christmas one year, they invited us to their house, and this was a massive house. It's a mansion. You know what I mean? Like you driving up the hill, and the entire hill is theirs, right? And we were talking, and we asked him, he said he left Tobago and went to America when he was about 24, and him and his wife he just retired. So I was like, well, looking around the McMansion, and I was like, well, what did you do? And he said, I was a doorman. What? And she cleaned houses, and they were able to save enough and have enough to have such a good expat lifestyle back in their home, and still be able to travel and stuff. And he was saying that he don't think that somebody who's in his job today, even though their salary might be a bit higher, that they could do the same. He said he felt bad for them that they can't do the same. And when you see this house, you're thinking he is this maybe a CEO or something. He was like, no, I was a cleaner, I was a doorman, but I saved, and you had benefits. There was a reason that so many people wanted to migrate. But
Rohini, somebody told me that there's a lot of trolls, so I changed the subscribers back to 3 months, so hopefully that helps. I know there's a lot of trolls that listen every day, so and Anastasia is, I think, the only person that's on right now. And you guys don't blame Anastasia. It's late, and if Anastasia doesn't see everything, then it's no big deal. It's no big deal. I mean, I know it's frustrating to have trolls in there, but I turned it back for like 3 months, so hopefully that'll take care of it. So if you haven't, you subscribed more than less than 3 months ago, you won't be able to put comments in. So
Yeah,
hopefully
I
that helps.
realized that the trolls, the thing is, I believe they're getting tired of the vitriol that they're getting from the other channels. They're bored. It's the same thing over and over again. We are keeping up to date on what the Sussexes do. We're talking about new stuff. So they can't just come here and enjoy themselves. They have to be negative. They have to say something terrible. So they're going to be a lot of them coming.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like,
they're
since
bored.
adding
They're
so
bored.
many shorts. Like I went to one of the videos, the one where Doria is dancing, and all of the usual nasty comments, they were throwing those comments in there. So, I blocked them all from the channel, but it's just I don't really get what they get out of the obvious lies, except for they probably just do that because they want to disparage and frustrate us and demoralize us because they don't have quality in their life. They don't have joy in their life. So it means something to them every day to go into these chats. I don't go into the chats and bother anybody. I don't really care enough to do that.
I don't even watch the Ranger channels. I don't. When it comes up, click don't recommend. Click don't recommend. I don't watch it. And even if there's a YouTuber that I used to follow and they say one bad thing about Meghan and Harry, click unsubscribe, and I'm done. I'm not wasting my time. I don't have the energy for you. Because this is my thing, right? There are only two logical responses to Meghan and Harry. One is, oh my God, they are absolutely wonderful. We love them. And the other one is, meh, I don't really care. Like anything outside of them two, something is wrong with you. You are damaged.
Yeah.
You are damaged. And they've been able to sustain it for 7 years. I'm like, are you not tired? Are you not, is this what gets you up in the morning? Is this the reason that you are still alive?
Well, that's why.
If you stop, will you lay down?
That's why I can't stop thinking about that lady that was trolling Madeleine McCann's parents, and every day she would go into these chat groups and she would say the most vicious, malicious things about those parents, like she knows for sure what happened to Madeleine McCann, and whatever it was that she was saying to them, I don't know what language she used to go after them, but the thing is, that was what she did every day, and her son did not realize how diseased his mother was until after she got rid of herself from this world, and he found out that she had been exposed as this very vicious troll on the internet, and she was so embarrassed by that exposure, and I don't know if she was in legal trouble, but she was so embarrassed by it that she decided she just didn't want to be in the world anymore. And it's incredible that he was estranged from his mother because he got work and moved out of the country, and he did not know that this is what his mother was up to every day for years. Why? Could you imagine every day going on the internet to go after Will and Kate? I don't hate them. I like making fun of them.
Yeah, we do.
But I don't hate them.
I don't have the end. Listen, Baron, the two of them are so boring that even these alleged rumors about his cheating ways, and their separation, not even that is exciting right now. Like right now, for me to get excited about them, Dan Wootson need to release a tape with him and Angela Levin. Like, I mean, I mean, like I need to see one with Will and Angela Levin. That is the only thing that would get me excited. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm watching that. I would follow that story. Other than that, I really do not care. Like once in a while, you know, you make fun of them and stuff, but I don't have that energy to sustain and go online and constantly. I don't have it. You know, I use the example of I personally don't really like Cardi B and her music, but you know, you will never see on my timeline Cardi B. You will see. I don't follow her fan page. If I see it, click, keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. And I keep going about my business. This is a multi-millionaire woman who has everything. She don't know who I am. My hate don't mean nothing to her. But there are people who rile themselves up. Now, you know, we could say that they're just making noise, right?
Right.
But the thing is, with that level of sustained hate in a herd situation becomes January the 6th.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the problem with it. We could ignore it and be like, they are loud and they are bored and they have nothing else because, you know, Will and Kate is space. They're not even swooning over Kate. You know, there's nothing. Right? We could say that and just leave them. But the fact is, when they continue with that hate and rile each other up, it becomes violent. And that is the scary part for this woman and particularly her children. And I'm not sure I should know what to. I'm not sure what to do about it. I'm not even sure what could be done. I'm not sure what could be done.
You know, the biggest fashion moment for Kate was the gold dress. I think that was her big moment. And
yes,
even her biggest moment paled in comparison to Meghan wearing some shorts and a jacket.
She crashed the site.
Yeah.
No, I will do you one even better. There is a Deranger YouTuber, right? I'm not going to call his name, right? And I looked at when Kate had her moments with the dress, right?
Uh-huh.
That video is over 20 minutes long. Do you know how long he spoke about Kate and her dress? Less than 4 minutes. And the rest was Meghan this, Meghan that, Meghan this, Meghan that. As opposed to you, who did about 95 videos when Meghan was in the red dress.
Uh-huh.
Do you see the difference?
Because they're not celebrate Kate. They don't celebrate
They're not fans. Kate. This was her moment to shine. You were supposed to be like, oh, she's our future queen. And then, but there is nothing. She's like drying paint.
Yeah,
she's drying.
The thing about her is what her hair looked like and what she wore, but none of that is enough to own the news cycle. It's nothing enough to own the news cycle. It's only for the tabloids and the community of people that read those tabloids as though they were the gospel. Those are the only people that get anything out of it. And even with that, there's no genuine excitement, but they love the idea that they can compare her to Meghan in this good versus evil or Coke versus Pepsi kind of way. That's all that they care about. But it's just like as much as people try to drum up this pain and loss with the Queen, none of them could tell you what the Queen had done except to sit on the throne for 70 years. And steadied the nerves of the country during times of trouble. But other than that, nothing. And it was the same with Philip. They tried to tell us what Philip had done, and I would argue that Philip had actually done more than the Queen.
Yes, yes, he
try to
did.
tell you
He
that.
had the thing program with the kids.
Yeah.
There's this. It's something like Pathfinders. I'm not sure what you guys call it, what they call it in England, but that's a
Yeah,
pretty good program for the youth.
and he was interested in technology. He was interested in
Yes.
modernizing and stuff like that. Um, and so, it's like I said before the coronation. I wanted to see the coronation, and as much as I make fun of the royal family and such, I would be a hypocrite if I say, "Oh, I'm not going to watch it." I would have watched it no matter what, especially since Harry was there. I would have watched it no matter what. And I did not think that it was a bad idea to have the coronation. The expense of it was kind of outrageous, but I wanted that coronation to be everything that the people who waited a lifetime, to be fair to those people. If you waited a lifetime for something, I'm not going to rain on your parade because I don't like the way they treated Meghan. And I'm not going to rain on your parade because this is nothing to do with Meghan. Now, you might like Meghan, you might not. That's on you. But you've waited 70 years for this moment. People have lived and died and have wanted to see a coronation and never had the opportunity. So I'm sympathetic to that. But I also think the expense of it was a waste of time, a waste of money. That was a lot of trouble to go through to see Charles sitting up there complaining about Will and Kate is late. I knew they would do it. And then Will and Kate making some video, but it was a waste of time. He wouldn't even smile during the coronation. And the people who waited a lifetime for it, I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth looking at a grumpy old man with puffy hands and a rubber face, grimacing as though he had better things to do. I hope it was worth watching William give a mafioso kiss to his daddy. I hope it was worth
and to his stepmother. And to his stepmother. Having to bow before his stepmother.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm not lying to that. I honestly felt bad for William for that. I felt bad. I did because I can tell you, that coronation made me cry. As a woman who has been treated badly by a man, I could not watch that and be okay with it. And I felt for William that he had to smile and he had to do his duty with that woman there, and then he had to drive his kids and they had to look happy. I honestly felt for him. It was the few times that I felt sorry for him.
You know what ruined that coronation? Charles and Camilla. Charles and Camilla, they ruined that coronation because of what they've done to get in that space together. That's what ruined it. It rained. It was miserable. Camilla looked.
Did it rain? It rained?
Oh, yeah, remember. Coronation, it rained. Yeah.
I wanted the crown to fall on the ground. I did. I wanted it to fall. No, listen, you know what should have happened? That one of the people carrying one of the big scepter needed to fall over and hit William on his bald head. He did, and then what would happen is that he will tumble into one of the candles, and then the candles would fall on Camilla, and that would have been justice. That would have been justice.
Yeah, you know,
that would have been justice.
I'm sympathetic to the people that's into that stuff. I'm an Anglophile. I like all of the British stuff. But as for the royal family, I'm certainly not a royalist. And I had someone go to they sent me a message on the Twitter, and I forgot what the message was about, but I do remember they said, and I know you're a royalist, but such and such. And I'm just like, let me block this person because they don't know me. They don't know me. I I can separate, or if you like, I can compartmentalize the idea of monarchy and the idea of history and tradition. And I don't feel that the monarchy itself is something that should have gone any further than the Queen. I could see, keeping it while the Queen was alive because it was more the Queen than it was the institution. But after the Queen, there's no useful purpose for it. It doesn't
Well,
serve a purpose.
well, here's the thing, right? I would put it devil's advocate like a bit for you, right? One of the biggest myths, and you might disagree with me, is that the royal family, the monarchy is ceremonial. They are not. And if you are part of the Commonwealth, particularly in Caribbean, you would understand. The British government wields an enormous amount of power in the name of the monarch. And because of that, they are not ceremonial. So for me, I guess I have a vested interest in them getting it right. And you could see with Diana a glimmer of how good it could be, of how right it could be. And then with Meghan and Harry. So maybe I'm holding on to that hope. Maybe I should let it go. I don't know. But the British government has the power in the name of the monarch to suspend the constitution of their former colony. They have that power.
Well, it's kind of like a nuclear option. You could only do
No,
it
and they
one
did it
time.
recently, They did it recently in Turks and Caicos, I think.
Yeah, you could
So
probably do it one time, and then after that, you really take your chances. And I get that the Queen is supposed to be, or was supposed to be, the safeguard against a runaway malicious government. I get why
yes.
people believe that, but a lot of those monarchs have been marched to the gallows or the firing squad or have disappeared because the people had had enough of it. And it's not
Mhm.
the people like me that is across the ocean being critical. It is the people who will wake up one day and say, you really should have gone to Australia. Just like right now, people are asking, why is it Charles has only worked the equivalent of 7 weeks in a 52-week year? And I
And
think,
that's work with small quotations.
yeah, and I believe that, like with Queen Elizabeth, she was invincible because she was an old lady. And who's going to take on the old lady? Who's going to go after the matriarch of the country? Nobody with any sense. And I
But,
believe
but she,
most people realize that that would be a bad idea. But Charles is not an old lady, and William is never going to be an old woman, and they won't have the same amount of sympathy that the
Mhm.
Queen had. And that's what the big difference is. So I don't think that the royal family should just disappear. There should be a royal family, but for 350 million pounds a year for 7 weeks work
that they don't need.
that they don't need.
They are independent billionaires already. They don't need the money.
Hmm. You know, one of as a lot of people, we don't call George Washington a colonizer. We call him a slave owner because that's what he was a slave owner. And just like you, I like to see the good in a situation. And George Washington, there were some people in the government, believe it or not, who wanted to make him a king. They wanted him to take ownership of the government because of his victory in war
Mm.
and or revolution. And then there were some people that said, "Oh, no, 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 we're leaving that. We don't want that." So George Washington was elected president or nominated, however he got to be in his first term, by the consensus of the Continental Congress. And then the next time was another term of 4 years. So they came up with this concept of every 4 years. And at the time, there were people who wanted to make him president for life. After the second term, he went back to Monticello, to his slaves, to his wife, and that's where he retired and died. And he set a precedent as a president of 2 years, I mean, 2 terms, but there was no term limit. Now, Franklin Roosevelt was elected 5 times, if you could believe that, 5 times. After Franklin Roosevelt, they decided to have a constitutional amendment to change it where you can only be elected president twice. Now, if you're a vice president, and let's say if Kamala Harris was the vice president and Biden died the next day, she could still run for president twice. Or should I say, be elected president twice. She could have finished out his term and had a full 2 terms. That's the long way you can be president now. But the point that I was making is that as much as we can say these things about George Washington being this evil, malicious slave owner and such, I will give him credit for leaving after those 2 terms, because now it has become part of the country's law that you can only have those 2 4-year terms and then you have to leave. But with the monarchy, you don't have that ability. So you had the Queen influencing the government for 70 years in good ways and bad. You have Charles in that position to do that. And some of us may not live to see William get his crack at it. And that's the problem, is that William might be in there for another 40 years, doing God knows what, maybe even 50 years with his temperament. And it's not so much that I'm worried about what William will do. It's what people do in the name of the king, in the name of the queen. That's where the problems come.
Exactly.
The royal family wields a lot of power. It's a moral authority. And by having moral authority, they have the ability to do some very immoral things in the name of the crown, which is how you get an East India Company. How you get the transatlantic slave trade is that they were doing that in the name of king and country, or queen and country. That gave some very ordinary people a lot of authority over masses of people, giving them the ability to rob and pillage, and the R word, of course, and of course the ability to enslave and anything else that they wanted to do. I mean, when you think about it, these were kids, orphans that go to the naval school to learn how to be a sailor and then put on these merchant ships or these naval ships and sent to all parts of the world, taking all of their diseases and imperfections and pushing them out into the population of the world and taking and taking and taking from those populations. And the way they were able to do it is because of the moral authority of the crown. So that's, I don't care that there is or is not a royal family. That doesn't bother me. But it's what people do with that authority that is the real problem. That is how people get hurt. The Queen was used by her government, by other governments. The reason why it's such a big deal to have a state dinner or to have the royals visit is because it brings a lot of political clout to people in the other government, even the U.S. government. That's a lot of clout. That's a lot of power. And the Queen had so much moral authority that she had an unimpeachable reputation. Charles does not have that. Charles is the man who ran around on his young, beautiful wife with an old leather billfold. And Charles is the man who rejected his youngest son, who is afraid of his eldest child. Charles is known by the company he keeps. So Charles has no moral authority, and everybody knows that. The thing is, you have a lot of royalists who have been indoctrinated with this idea that you don't just change because of the sake of change, or you don't change because of a lack of popularity. You don't even change if that person is senile or a psychopath. You don't do that. You just wait until the next one comes. And it might be 10 years, it might be 50 years,
50 years.
But you just wait.
And you know, to add to that, right? To add to that, William seems very much like a tyrant. He seems very much like a dictator that would be very self-serving and not care about people. He seems that way. He seems that he could be I don't want to say coerced, but convinced to do some very, very horrible things to the people. And by shady governments. And that's scary. The fact that he could do that.
Yeah.
And you know, my only it's so shady. My only solace is that if King Charles goes home to judgment, if he goes downstairs before Camilla, William is going to make Camilla's life hell. He's going to be horrible to her. And it's going to be visible. It's going to be visible, and he's going to take all the full brunt of his wrath. And this is why I am so grateful the Sussexes are no longer there for him to get to. They're no longer there for him to have his clutching, particularly with the money. Because one of the worst things you can do as a person is give up your financial stability to somebody else. That is deadly. Don't do that. For no reason. I don't care if you're married, whatever, don't do that. And the fact that the Sussexes have that independently and they don't need the public purse, they don't need him. I am breathing a sigh of relief and I'm saying thank you. Now, I wouldn't put it past William to remove the titles, remove them from the line of succession. I don't think that it would affect how people see the Sussexes, because I mean, Harry's legacy is already solidified. I think we could agree on that. The world already knows who he is, and we're happy about it. But I'm pretty sure William is going to do something like that. And again, the fact that so much power is wielded by the government in the name of the monarch, and the next monarch is, in my opinion, very much a tyrant, is scary. It's scary. And this is why, you know, I kind of care. This is why I care. This is why I pay attention to what they're doing.
Well, let me tell you something. You know, people look at the young generation and they say that, oh, they could never survive something like this or something like that because they've had it too soft. They've always had it easy. But one of the reasons why I know that that's not true is because look at Ukraine. These kids that had all these skills to play those video games used that skill not only to fly drones, but to advance them, to create them. And it's amazing what humans can do when they have to do it. That royal family could be gone tomorrow. And for most people, it's not going to change anything. The only people that want to keep them there are the people who have laundered their money through London. London is like an international safeguard when it comes to finance. That's why they have nicknamed London London grad instead of
Yeah.
Leningrad, London grad, because there's a lot of money, old money, tied up into that system. They don't care about Charles. They laugh about Charles. Those aristocrats don't care about Charles. They care about the institution because it upholds their position in this world. And then the people outside, it's just like what they say with the US dollar. If the American economy coughs, the rest of the world catches a cold because the pound, the dollar, and now the euro, those are considered very safe to people. Chinese people don't trust their government and they try to put as much money offshore as they can. Russian people don't trust their government. They put as much money offshore as they can. And most countries, aside from the three I just mentioned, do not like to have all their money in one place. And least of all, the ones that have money, they want to put it offshore. They trust those particular countries with long term cash holdings. And of course, investing in real estate in London, in New York, in LA, and such. That's also another safe place. And so those people, which happens to be the kind of people that owns the tabloids, they need them to keep their wealth safe. They need them. The royal family is more useful to the uber rich because of the stability of the pound rather than any nostalgia or necessity for the royal family. They don't care about them people like that. I don't believe it. But I would hate to see a loss of stability because who is affected the worst by that? Poor people.
Yeah.
So if it means that there won't be anarchy and people fighting for crumbs, then I say, okay, leave them there. But you can take away their privileges. They need to be more ceremonial and less authoritative with their power. But because they have gotten into the bed with the royal rota, even if Charles was to go to his glory tomorrow, who knows what Camilla has up her sleeve where William is concerned.
That's true, we shouldn't count her out.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you step on a snake and they could still bite. So
yeah, I'm sure she has some insurance policy.
she does. She has that tape with him and Leffin. I mean, yeah.
When it comes to the U.S. government, a lot of people are, they're like, oh, this one's too old. Biden's too old. McConnell is too old. Okay, that's one thing. But if you put term limits, you're going to get more of those Bobart people and what's the other one with the three names? You get more of those people funneling through the system. I mean, ideally, I would like some young, intelligent, energetic people in the halls of Congress, but at the same time, it does not come without risk. Like they say, the unintended law of consequences. So I would be a fool if I said, just get rid of them tomorrow and that takes care of everything. No, it doesn't, because it what is that they call it, a power vacuum?
Yes.
There's going to be someone that is going to try to take advantage of that lack of continuity, and it might be worse than
Than
what
what
you
you have.
already have.
We have a saying, better the devil that you have than the one you do not know.
Right. So there's always that to throw the switch, or to pull the plug, or to cut the vine, whatever metaphor you want to use. That's not always the answer. Is to just throw, as they say, throw out the baby with the bathwater. No, you don't want to do that, because sometimes you find out you've made a huge mistake.
Well, I one could hope that the royal family starts by wanting to actually be better, because I don't think they want to be better. There's no incentive for them to reform, to change. When you look at the other monarchies, there was an incentive for them to modernize. I don't think there's an incentive for the British royal family to modernize.
That's because they're
there
winning
is
the
none.
propaganda. They're
And then
winning
there's-
the war of propaganda. As long as people believe that life is better with them than without them, then they're in the driving seat. They're in a good position. But
it
unless
goes
you
beyond that, Baron, because the the royal family is at the very top of a very old and very ingrained social hierarchy. And it's still there today. And if you remove them, do the others in the hierarchy that is higher than you or lower than you, do they still exist? Do they still matter? Do they still have that power? Do the aristocrats
Yes, and I'm gonna tell
still
you
have
why.
that power? And the question would be probably no, right?
I'm gonna tell you
So
why.
they are not going to allow that to happen. They are going to replace it with something else because they want to still have that power. Because remember, the crown is the reason that we have all these earls and all these nonsense. And they have an entire branch of government is simply hereditary people. That's
Yeah,
also Lord.
when the Russian royal family was eliminated, right? When the revolution took place, the oligarchs that owned everything were still there in power after Tsar Nicholas and his family was gone. And just like with any other society, those that got will get, and those that don't will lose. And even without the hierarchy, without the aristocrats, most of those people that got will still have. Revolution doesn't really hurt rich people. It might hurt the ones at the top, because they are the ones that are the symbol of everything that's wrong. They're the lightning rod. But as for those that are supposed to be beneath them, the ones that have the real power, ain't nothing gonna happen to them. They'll make the adjustment just fine. Um, the only people that anybody notices is the Windsors. The rest of the aristocrats, who could even name them? We know a few of them, but those at the very top will lose a lot. But those that are just beneath them, it will funnel its way down, but they will still have. The oligarchs, they had money before the revolution, they had after the revolution. Now, in theory, with communism, everything belongs to the state. But in practice, we know that that wasn't true, that there was still the oligarchs whose families, in some cases, have always had and always will. And it's just like with France. They went through a revolution because of the arrogance of the crown, and because the economy was so bad that they didn't feel like they were heard. And so it took years of cleansing, but I think they finally got to where they need to be. The same thing will happen in the UK sooner or later, they are going to find that royal family is not working for them. Now, people will still revere the Windsors, they will still respect them. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to get those uniforms out of the mothballs and wear them on special days. That won't go away. But the 350 million pounds a year, to pay to this one family to have multiple homes, that cannot last forever. That's unsustainable. They should give it up before it's taken away.
True.
There's no
and they don't need
logical
it.
explanation for that.
That's the thing. They don't need it. That's what is so upsetting. They don't need it.
And Charles realized,
and they can still be very, very wealthy. They don't need it.
Charles realized, which is why he's not going to move into Buckingham Palace. That is going to be increasingly available to the public, which it should have been years ago. The Queen was the only thing to stop that. Balmoral, he's not going to live in Balmoral. They're going to go there for the summer. And eventually, that's not going to happen because William, do you know that William has never been seen in, at least I've never seen it. He's never worn the tartan before.
Really?
Try to find a picture of William wearing a kilt.
His skinny little legs. I mean, oh God.
Yeah.
Ew.
Try to find a picture of William wearing a kilt. William doesn't care about.
Well, I've seen him playing a tribal African man.
Right.
I think he was in that. Yeah. He was in African tribal gear.
Charles and William have given up on the Commonwealth. They're not interested in it. The Commonwealth is going to go away. They're not fighting to save it, and they're not interested, and they probably don't believe they could if they wanted to. The Commonwealth is a waste of time. That is a remnant of the empire that should have gone away a long time ago. It makes no logical sense whatsoever.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Because even as a collective financial body, I can tell you in the Caribbean, CARICOM is extremely powerful. CARICOM makes sense. That's like European Union in the Caribbean. And that's what we talk about. That's what we discuss. We even have a joint judicial body to circumvent the Privy Council, which is our highest court, which is in England, which is extremely inconvenient. But that's what people think about. We don't really, honestly. And anytime you would hear us talk about Commonwealth, is on your passport. Because the word is there. The word is there.
It's
and when I asked about it,
the brown people can't go to the motherland without special permission.
Right. And
listen
when I talked about it, what I was told is that in the event that one of our nations is in need of help, or we're being attacked, then, England is supposed to step in and save us. But, I can name many, many times when we were in trouble and under attack, and England didn't do anything. They didn't do anything,
I just found an article that says, it's Prince William's duty to wear a kilt north of the Highland Line. The idea that he turned up at Braemar annual Royal Highland gathering without one doesn't bear thinking about. He's not going to wear one. He doesn't plan to wear one. Let me see. When I was growing up, there was one of those regular but dreadful, shortbread and haggis programmers on television in Scotland. Its title gave away the essential component. The kilt is my delight. Anyway, it's got a paywall, so I can't see the whole article. But this is from July, and they're talking about William turned up without a kilt on. And he's the Prince of Wales now.
He doesn't like it. I don't think he likes how it looks.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a picture of him with one. I think I may see one when he was a child, but I'm not even sure that's him. But I don't think he's ever worn one. Not
Yeah,
as
there's one when he
adult,
was a
right?
little boy. There's one where he is a little boy, and then there's Harry and Peter Phillips.
And Edward, boy, Edward takes to that kilt like a fish to water, don't he?
I know Uncle Edwina is so gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, the most stylish royal after Meghan. I'm just saying.
With his bespoke maxi coat.
I know. All he needs is a handbag. All he needs is a handbag and a good paisley scarf. That's it.
You know, I don't care what that family do. All I say is leave Harry and Meghan alone. They can keep everything they got or lose it tomorrow. Just leave Harry and Meghan alone, and we good. And I won't talk about nobody's Botox or anything. As soon as they leave them alone, I have nothing to say. I didn't think about them before, but it helps my nerves and my frustration. It eases my what do you call it? My temperament, knowing that I got some good material.
Hazel Jones in the chat, she made a really good point about the CARICOM versus the Commonwealth. Because she said, oh my God, where's she gone? Hazel, where you gone? Oh my God. She said CARICOM developing CXC exams was one of the best things they've ever done. When you graduate high school, well, at the end of high school, there's this exam you have to sit called CXC. Before, it was a British exams, O levels and A levels, and you needed them to get into university. And before CXC, or the Caribbean Examination Council, came about, we used, as a nation, used to spend millions of pounds on that exam. And a lot of the time, the exam students would fail, and it was stressful because a lot of the things on the exam they never taught us. That was a big problem at one point, because I mean, when they were setting the exam, they were supposed to take into account our curriculum, and they never did. So CARICOM said, you know what, enough of that. We will form our own, and we call it CSEC. It's still O levels and A levels, and it saved us millions of dollars from doing that. So when people talk about the idea of the Commonwealth, it just simply gives the British government certain powers. It isn't that much of a benefit, and this is why it's scary. So if you take it, if you end the monarchy, will the government still have that power? What does it mean when you end it? So I wanted to make that point.
Well, you know, I think the idea of Commonwealth made a lot of smaller countries that may have been in a very insecure position. It made them feel safe, like having an insurance policy.
Yes, that was the point. That's what was sold. That's what it was sold to us.
In practice, the reality is, would it be worth it to try to get what's left of the Royal Navy to go and engage, you know, in some type of uprising or invasion or something like that? Like with the Falkland Island War, that was more propaganda than it was practical. That was like a big propaganda for a empire that was slowly dwindling down to just a few islands. That's all it was. It took 2 weeks to get there. I remember I watched it on television. It took 2 weeks to get there. And when they got there, rather than the British Navy, once the mightiest sailing fleet in the world, just walking in there and taking back what was theirs, they ended up losing the ship because, much to their surprise, Argentina had some weapons that they didn't really account for. And that Argentina was also doing that for political reasons. The people stuck in the middle were the people on the islands. But the war itself didn't make a lot of sense. It was just Margaret Thatcher trying to flex the Iron Maiden, and the government in Argentina's economy was failing, and they were trying to distract from it, which is what a lot of countries do, distract by taking back the Malvinas Islands, as they call it, as though there was something on those islands that they really needed. I could imagine doing that because it was like gold or oil or something, but there's nothing on the Falkland Islands but a bunch of sheep herders. Very little infrastructure, windswept, cold, frigid, nothing of value. So it was a very unnecessary thing.
Baron, we keep keeping the people up. Baron, your squad is complaining that you have them up this hour of the night.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
Husbands and wives are not being satisfied because we're listening to Baron.
Because I gotta do some work for tomorrow, well, it ain't gonna get itself done. So, because I missed a whole lot of stuff today while I was editing and stuff. So, well, it's been a pleasure, Rohini. Thank you for calling.
Right, and you said your address is in the community tab.
Yes.
Right. So I'll try to mail it to you there.
It's right there.
And you have to come live wearing it, wearing one of them and showing it off and stuff to drive the train just crazy.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to put my other teeth in so that I won't distract from the lovely beanie.
And the first one you need to wear is the William.
Okay.
Gotta get a full Meacham roll-on outfit to match jacket. You need the velvet jacket, everything, and then the hat. And you need to pose.
And pretend like I'm a bottle of deodorant, right?
That's right. That's right. And then get a mannequin and look lovingly into their eyes.
Oddly enough, I actually have a mannequin. Don't ask me why, but I have one.
Oh my God.
I got too much stuff. I'm telling you, I go to a resale shop and it seemed like a good idea at the time. And next thing you know, I got something else I don't need in my house. So, yeah.
Well, you guys, squad, it was nice being with you. I am now going to try to get some sleep, but once Baron is on, I'll be here until he goes. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, Rohini. All right, squad. Good night. Love you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Remember, the Sussexes are still in Düsseldorf, so it is going to be a whole nother day. I'm going to be up for a while trying to get caught up on a few things, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, everyone, for your very generous and kind donations to Royal Sussex. Also, thank you for the moderators. I did turn the thing back for 3 months. Did that help at all? Because I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. But I guess it did, huh? But anyway, and thank you, Anastasia. Sorry you had so much to cover. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, you still want the Ginger Avenger? All right. Okay, I will. All right. See you guys. Love you. Have a good night. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Well, even if William did wear one on one or two occasions, don't look for him to wear it again. William doesn't do what William doesn't want to do. And as for the people just waking up, I am so sorry. I wouldn't mind staying on a little while longer, but I do have some work to do for tomorrow. We only get these big days or weeks every so often. So this is like 2 weeks of Sussex bliss, and I intend to cover it to the fullest, which is why I'm so glad I didn't go to The Hague, because I wouldn't be able to keep up with a lot of the stuff. And it is important that the Sussex squad documents these things just in case they tried to make us wake up one day and believe it all was just a dream and it never happened. Thanks to social media, we can be a safeguard for a lot of people, not just the Sussexes, but in a way for ourselves and each other. So it is important to document these things, to keep a record of it, to make sure that somebody doesn't, what's that phrase? Piss on your leg and tell you that it's raining. It's a good idea for that reason. So Letitia says, Baron and Rohini, was nice to catch a bit of the live. Will now continue to read my book, Listen to the Sea. Okay. Well, that's nice. If you're by the sea, that is really nice. I stayed by the ocean one time in a hotel, and all my life I had wondered what it was like to live by the ocean and hear the waves crashing. And I have to tell you, that was one of the most relaxing, most restful experiences of my life. It was a nice, cool, tropical night. And I heard the whoosh, whoosh. And I slept like a baby. It was beautiful. So one of these days, I hope to enjoy that experience again. Black Queen, I thought you were gone for the night, but thank you for hanging around. 4 hours. Isn't that something? Oh, Stephanie Baker, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, it's been 4 hours. It has been 4 hours already. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Thank you, Cookies and Cream. I love saying that. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. You guys, I'm like so behind in my receipts. I got a bunch of receipts that I need to save. And I mean, they go back to April, and I don't know when I'm going to get it done. And every day, as the days go by, I'm getting further and further behind. So I'm going to have to spend like a couple of days after the Invictus. I'm going to have to spend a couple of days, find some time somewhere to work on it. I started, and let me see, so far I've covered 5 days of everything since April. But it's important I do that because when I need my receipts, they're right there. So, yeah, I'm going to have to work on that. So anyway, I will see you guys. Thank you all so much for trusting me to do this work. That means everything to me. And I'm so glad for this community. I really am. Not exactly what I was expecting at this point in my life, but it is a welcomed, endeavor, challenge, if you will. Glad for it. And yeah, it's a nice surprise. Very nice surprise. Okay, and with that, I am going to go. And I will see you all tomorrow.